now talk to Teacher Wen. The leopard-patterned tortoise is not sick, but it was indeed startled. Wen Youning said, "Your husky stepped on the leopard-patterned tortoise while ice skating last time." Chen Chen rubbed his ears. "Teacher Wen, what did you say? I didn't quite hear clearly." Wen Youning further elaborated on their heartfelt words. "Your husky tricked the tortoise into coming out to play, grabbed the tortoise and put it on the ground as roller skates and ran on it." Chen Chen, I understood it clearly this time. Very clear. Bullet comments. Is the one who said the puppy is pathetic still here? Self-punishment with 3 cups. My judgment has been blurred by the pitiable puppy. Chen Chen, well it went in and took it away. She changed her story several times, making it difficult to recount this sentence completely, but a complete picture had already emerged in her mind. She even guessed which day the incident happened. I said, "Why does it seem like there's a layer of water on the floor?" Turns out it wasn't my imagination. Chen Chen stretched his neck in, trying to grab the tortoise with his mouth. "Shut up, don't play like that." The husky stood on the tortoise with its front paws, while its hind paws pawed at the ground. Hiss. Just thinking about this scene makes my heart race. Duel. Woof, the husky perked up its ears sharply. Generally, when someone is called in that tone, nothing good usually happens. Before the slap from Chen Chen came down, the husky ran away first. Its paws scrambled on the ground as it ran away without looking back. I'm sorry. Chen Chen clasped his hands together, wishing he could bow to Lu Gui. I really didn't expect that after going out for just a little while something like this would happen. Chen Chen truly regretted his initial reaction. Duel too, still knowing to bring it back. If she hadn't brought it back when she returned and saw the turtle outside, she would definitely question how the turtle got out. After all, there is only one side of the glass tank that is empty. The other sides are sealed, to the point where not even a drop of water can leak out. I didn't expect that. The husky is a bit silly, but he gets the job done rather well. Who says this husky is silly? This husky is amazing. I'm going to speak up for the tortoise, but do you have any practical videos? I'm really curious about how they run. Ha, when the tortoise gets wet and is on the tiled floor, it's just like you're walking on ice. As for things related to ice and snow, the husky's IQ quickly takes the lead. Wen Youning pushed open the door, sat down on the sofa and said, "Feed the tortoise some good food. Next time I come without the dog, it will poke its head out on its own." The main reason for not sticking its head out now is because the husky is here. The leopard tortoise doesn't want to see the husky. Silently shutting down. Okay, Chen Chen directly reached out to grab the dog leash. Duo can't stay here any longer. This tortoise isn't much younger than her, and if the husky really upset it, her dad would chase her down. For the sake of the husky and her own life, it's better to send the husky back. As for the food, a little bit of cabbage, spinach, and celery can be added in. Let the tortoise eat by itself when it wants to. Relax and eat well. Wen Youning also told the tortoise, the husky won't come anymore. The spotted tortoise's head poked out, but it cautiously withdrew, as if it was considering something. That's the best. Day by day it makes me furious. Woof woof. The dog won't leave. Why let Wang leave when having a great time with the scooter? The husky refuses and howls at its owner. I must fight for my own justice. Bang! Only the sound is captured, there are no visual. The dog's barking suddenly stopped, comparable to the divine palm of the arriving deity. Husky, Mom, if you had done this earlier, why would I still be barking? Hanging up the video call, Wen Youning propped her phone on the stand and patted her thigh. Little fish, come here to sister. The little tabby, holding a toy, looked up and dropped the plush toy from its mouth and ran over. Meow. Wen Youning took a metal comb and brushed the little tabby's fur. Short-haired cats shed no less than long-haired cats. The small animals at home are quite a few, and they often need to be groomed to avoid their fur taking over the house. If they are not groomed regularly, there will be a lot of loose fur, and when the small animals lick their fur, they will ingest some of it. Wild small animals will also look for grass to induce vomiting to get rid of their fur. The tabby cat still really enjoys being groomed. It lay on Wen Youning's lap, all soft and sprawled out like a puddle of cat. The comfortable purring sound continued. Wen Youning picked up the kitten and flipped it over, then raised her hand to tap the screen to connect the call. "Hello, chicken rice ball, how are you?" "Teacher Wen, my situation here is a bit special." The boy lowered his voice, and behind the camera was complete darkness. Wen Youning glanced outside at the sky, which was completely different from the live stream opposite. "What are you doing?" "I'm abroad, and due to the time difference, it's still evening here." As the chicken rice ball moved, the live stream camera was also brought down with it. "There are wild animals coming into my house. I'm too scared to go out because of the loud noises. It's so loud that even with my headphones on, it feels deafening. Can Teacher Wen hear me?" "Wow, what is it?" "It's quite common for animals to enter homes abroad, right? Did the rice ball just go abroad? There was a news story before about a kangaroo entering a house and attacking the sleeping owner. Haha, we even have pandas, tigers, and leopards coming in. It's a small matter, no need to connect. Next one. Can't hear. The headset's reception is average. On this side, all that can be heard are voices and slight echoes. She holds the comb and pulls at the fluff on top, asking, sounds a bit like an elephant's call, The chicken rice ball tilted the phone and said, yes, that's it, an elephant, His voice was tight, clearly realizing only now the full appearance of the elephant. He had only been paying attention to the sound just now. The chicken rice ball emphasized, it's still an adult elephant. Wen Youning. There have been occurrences of elephants entering homes in Yunnan, so it is not considered unusual. The chicken rice ball nodded vigorously behind the camera, causing the phone to bob up and down as well. He softly said, "The elephant is in the yard, and my dog is also in the yard. If I sprint 100 meters to save my dog and bring it back inside, do you think the elephant would notice?" He wanted an answer of yes, you can do it. "My dog is right below this window. If I jump down, I'll land in the dog's nest." The chicken rice ball quietly took pictures of the elephant by the windowsill, but the fence in the yard couldn't obstruct the elephant. It was trampled down. He clenched his fist and said, "For my dog, I am willing to stand against the elephant." The chicken rice ball is very anxious. He is really afraid that the elephant will walk without looking and step on his dog who is still asleep. However, the one more anxious than the chicken rice ball is the dog's inner voice. "What are you barking about?" "Woof, pretending to sleep so well, and it didn't pay any attention to me." The elephant didn't intend to be enemies with the dog. "Don't come over, Don't go, your dog is pretending to be asleep." Even through the phone screen, Wen Youning sensed the little dog's panicked state and couldn't help but lower her voice. Wen Youning said, "The elephant doesn't mean to harm the dog. Just let the elephant leave on its own after it has stayed long enough. If you go out now to bring the dog back, it might attract the elephant's attention instead. Elephants can also panic when they see people. If by any chance they accidentally step on something and get startled, their tense thoughts can easily exceed the critical threshold, which could lead to mistakes. At that point, they might run around recklessly, which is not good for the elephant or for the house or yard." "What a good guy, this dog is calm in a crisis." "Dog, please human, don't drag my hind legs." "The owner will save you from peril. As for how the peril comes about, let's not discuss that for now. Anyway, they will save you." The chicken rice ball held up the phone. "So what should I do now, Teacher Wen?" "The elephant is outside. Although it hasn't caused any damage, it accidentally bumped into something and sank the fence down an inch." I don't even know what the elephant is groping for over there. Wen Youning said, you should wedge the phone in the gap of the window and I'll see if I can hear anything. Originally, listening to voices in a live broadcast was already separated by a layer, and poor sound quality was even more disastrous. Okay, the chicken rice ball gradually stuffed the phone in. Wen Youning turned the volume to the maximum, calmed down, and discerned the sounds from outside. The square is lit. There are clearly people inside, so why aren't they coming out? Isn't it said that someone would bring delicious food when you come in? The elephants have been waiting for a long time. When will the people come out? So hungry. The elephant is wandering outside, hesitating and pacing back and forth. Constantly adjusting its direction, it is very large, and it's clear that it is trying hard not to bump into things around it, but unfortunately, the results are minimal. What is a door? Oh no, I forgot how to say it. I can't find my way over. I'm so sad. At the moment the heart's voice fell, the elephant lifted its trunk and made a sound. Wen Youning asked amidst the sound of the elephant's call, have you ever fed wild elephants? No, this is the first time an elephant has come to my place. The chicken rice ball had no prior experience to be this scared. I just moved in not long ago. Could it be that the previous tenant fed it? They moved out. That's possible. Wen Youning was also not sure. The elephant came looking for food, according to the voice. It should be told by other elephants that there are humans here who will feed it, but it can't find the door. The chicken rice ball was still a bit dazed. Is it really just looking for food? Not here to trample me and take over my home. Looking at the elephant, one couldn't help but think it would swallow its home. If it weren't for the fact that elephants are herbivores, he would suspect he was being treated as a dish by the elephant. No, it wasn't intentional. When Youning searched for the local wildlife department's phone number, these issues can be reported, and if you are a tenant, you can pass this information to the landlord. There are compensation regulations for wild animals that eat farmers' cattle and sheep, and damaged items will also be reimbursed. It can be done this way too. The chicken rice ball said in surprise, I was about to ask the landlord about the maintenance fee. It's good now, I've saved the money. By the way, Teacher Wen, you said it's here to look for food. If I give it some fruit, will it leave? Before joining the call, the chicken rice ball noticed that the elephant had been there for a while, seemingly persistent in its search for food. Wen Youning nodded, you can give it some watermelon and bananas. All right, then please help me check on the dog, I'll be right back. The chicken rice ball directly pushed the phone out of the window crack, using the window to hold it in place, so it could capture the dog pretending to sleep below and the elephant not far away. Wen Youning said, don't worry, he's going to get you some fruit, just stand still and wait for him to come over. The elephant, still spinning in place, heard the voice, flicked its long trunk and blinked in confusion. Who is talking to the elephant? The elephant won't move, there's something good to eat. Wen Youning squinted her eyes and said, there's something delicious. Speaking of delicious food, the elephant, who had been waiting somewhat anxiously, suddenly fell silent. The elephants are in line, and they've been waiting for a long time. After a long wait, when it was finally the elephant's turn, they were not given any food. The elephant is not happy. It is a very polite elephant. Wen Youning asked, are you an entire herd of elephants? The elephant raised its trunk and said, yes. Here it comes, the fruit has arrived. As soon as the chicken rice ball finished speaking, the live broadcast screen changed. He held the phone in his hand. I prepared quite a bit, all washed. Can I just call it over and feed it directly? Change to another window for feeding, Wen Youning suggested, or just go to the next room to feed it. Keep a distance from here. Okay, the chicken rice ball obediently turned his head. Feeding the elephant has its own considerations. Wen Youning paused for a moment and said, there is a dog under this window. Chicken rice ball. He paused, and the camera on his phone swept towards the window below. The dog, pretending to be asleep, has its eyes narrowed into a slit, and the whole dog looks faintly visible. Ha ha ha, the dog. Do I have to look at you with disappointment in my eyes? So what happened to fighting against the whole world? The elephant is well fed. At the window, let's have a tap dance. You can just be beautiful. A bit of cunning has been put to use on the dog. I forgot, sorry. The chicken rice ball was too nervous, and my brain has become a mushy mess. Just walking without wobbling is already a sign of extremely high mental quality. He jogged around to the next room, increasing the distance between himself and the doghouse. The chicken rice ball looked at the elephant outside and was still a bit hesitant to get close. Can I just put it here and let it eat by itself? Wen Youning, sure. The chicken rice ball, which received a definitive answer, leaned out directly and placed a basket of fruits, along with the basket, on the ceiling of the first floor. He estimated the distance, thought for a moment, and then found a stick to poke the fruit basket towards the edge. Are they all for me? The elephant's eyes lit up, its trunk carrying the basket, and although it went around, it didn't rush to eat, saying, so many, so many. Eat, it's all for you, why aren't you eating? The chicken rice ball saw the elephant not putting the food in its mouth. It's all washed, just bought from the supermarket today, very fresh and delicious. Watermelon and bananas are both fruits with peels. He washed them all. To make it easier for the elephant to eat, he cut the whole watermelon in half. Isn't the elephant going to remove the peel by itself? The chicken rice ball supported its jaw with its hand, watching the elephant put the banana into its mouth. Elephants peel bananas differently from humans. They don't peel the skin off and eat the fruit inside directly. They squeeze the banana flesh out and then spit out the peel. Elephants are so cute. The chicken rice ball let out a tusk. Am I seeing this through a filter? Not only are they cute, but they also have great dining etiquette. The banana peels thrown out are not just littered around. Wen Youning said, it should be that the previous tenant often fed the elephants. Every time a herd of elephants comes over and they line up themselves, whoever's turn it is today comes over. Goodness, I thought so. Then don't they come every day? Otherwise, the chicken rice ball would have encountered an elephant on the very first day it moved in. The previous tenant didn't even tell me. If they had mentioned it in advance, I would have prepared more fruit. Judging by the size of the elephants, this little bit of fruit is not enough for them to eat. Sea salt cheese, that's my elephant, that's mine. Sea salt cheese, Teacher Wen. Can you ask the elephant what's going on? I told them when I was moving that they could come find me here for dinner next time, but only one came and the others didn't come at all. Ah. Huh, the previous tenant. What, I actually get to hear such a niche gossip. What? Wen Youning noticed the bullet screen and chuckled. Which elephant are you talking to? The elephants that come to eat are different every time, so the message might not get across. Hi Yan cheese. I specially bought a house that's not far away so that I can keep feeding them. You can feel Hai Yan cheese's breakdown from the words in the bullet screen. The hakey elephant that has been fed for so long. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. Why do I feel like it doesn't know? From the situation just now, where the elephant was dead waiting at the door, this elephant. Hi, Wen Youning greeted the elephant who was focused on eating fruits. Didn't the previous people say they changed places? Why didn't you go eat over there? Change place? I don't know, I haven't heard of it. The elephant is waiting here. Wen Youning, maybe the elephant you mentioned didn't communicate clearly with the other elephants in the herd. Bullet screen, wow. The messaging elephant. Does the amount that goes into the mouth differ when eating alone versus eating with the herd? Greedy, really greedy. The chicken rice ball watched the bullet screen and laughed. It's okay, there can be fruit to eat here too. The fruits for feeding, if there is evidence that they were indeed fed to the elephants, can also be reimbursed. The chicken rice ball greeted with a smile. come often." Just as the words fell, I felt a chill creeping up my back. He scratched his head, feeling strangely uneasy. When he looked down, the family dog, who was pretending to be asleep, was now standing on top of its doghouse, staring at him with a blank expression. "Hey!" calling out to a strange little animal in front of my own dog. The caught-off-guard chicken rice ball felt a bit awkward. "Haha. Chuo chuo. You think elephants are cute too, right? Puppy chuo chuo. It's like being sick. Woof, I'll give you a bite. Chuo chuo, is really no one speaking up for me. Ha ha ha, I'm so angry that I can't pretend to sleep anymore." I vaguely remember someone saying just over 10 minutes ago that they would stand against the elephant for chuo chuo. The official is very willing to facilitate feeding the elephant. In some areas, in order to solve the problem of elephants struggling to find food, the authorities will lead the establishment of elephant canteens. It's just, "Wen Youning, be careful, do not come into close contact." After all, they are wild elephants. We still need to have a sense of vigilance. "Don't worry, Teacher Wen, I'll just feed from a distance, I won't get involved." The chicken rice ball thought for a moment and said, "We need to move the lump's nest back home. It's still a bit uneasy to leave it outside. Today it's an elephant, but what if next time a leopard or lion comes and takes away the lump? No one told me before moving in that there would be wild animals coming to this house. If I had known there would be wild animals, I would have kept Chuo Chuo indoors. Teacher Wen, I'm heading out first." The chicken rice ball thought about what needed to be done and felt quite busy. Wen Youning took the lemonade that Lin Baiyu handed over and said, "Thank you." Lin Baiyu raised his hand to turn off the live broadcast, saying, "Wen Zhu's father, when Wenjiang contacted me, it seems like he wants to recognize you." Wen Youning said, "No need to pay attention." In the original text, what kind of good person would choose the fake daughter for profit? Lin Baiyu nodded and suddenly said, "I gave that bottle of medicine to Wen Wenjiang." Wen Youning suddenly opened her eyes wide. "You?" Lin Baiyu raised an eyebrow and said, "You want that kind of medicine, not for the Wen family, right?" Wen Youning, "But..." "No buts," Lin Baiyu said nonchalantly. "This kind of thing is better left to me. Don't worry. The medicine has already been given and it will depend on how Wen Wenjiang chooses." Lin Baiyu shrugged. Whether to protect the Wen group or Wen Zhu, Wen Wenjiang naturally has his own considerations. After all, the final result is only what he wants. By the way, when I came in earlier, I saw a border collie wandering outside. Is it looking for you? It's from Zhao Ziyi's family. It was neutered a few days ago, so it should just be able to go outside now. Wen Youning sat in the room and didn't hear any barking, so the border collie should still be observing. After all, there are dogs in the yard, and if they bark, they won't need the rock wolf to take action. They'll just get beaten up. Why is this causing medical trouble? I saw on the news before that a dog was spayed and the owner argued with the doctor, and later the owner sold that dog, which was then bought back by the doctor. Well, could it be that an archenemy becomes a family member? When I was working at the pet hospital, I was spaying stray dogs, and after one dog was spayed, it brought its friend to me, and they both scolded me together. Wen Youning took a sip of lemon water and said with a smile, "I also gave its friend a spay package." 5. It was fine when I came, but now I can't go back. Later, it gradually brought a few more along. Wen Youning recalled the scene at the time. That month's free neutering quota was used up on them. Wen Youning's mouth curved upward. Later, that dog got smart, no longer bringing friends but brought stray dogs it had a grudge against for me to neuter. Ha ha ha, resisting neutering, accepting neutering, utilizing neutering. Dog, at the entrance of the pet hospital, I am invincible. What kind of curse does this pet hospital have? The dog runs by with its tail tucked in. What a clever little dog. Indeed, very clever. When Youning put down her lemonade and stood up, After a while, it probably spread in the dog world and dogs don't come near it. Remembering that dog who was adopted later, even after being adopted, it would insist on running half the city to come over when its owner took it for a walk. Wen Youning couldn't help but smile. Lin Beiyu nodded repeatedly while listening. Dogs hold grudges. Smart dogs hold onto their grudges even more. The rock wolf suddenly raised its eyes, its body moving forward. Hey, I wasn't talking about you. Lin Beiyu dashed over to Wen Youning's side. Teacher Wen, what are you planning to do next? Let me help you. The rock wolf lowered its voice. Lin Beiyu silently stepped 2 paces to the right, and only then did the rock wolf lie down again. The red panda tilted its head, while the little tabby lying on it didn't open its eyes and swatted down with a claw. The red panda bared its teeth and lifted its paw to pat its head, patting the little cat's head. I'll go take a look at Oreo. As she spoke, Wen Youning had already pushed open the slightly ajar door. The border collie wearing an Elizabethan collar was very eye-catching at the door. The dogs in the yard seemed relaxed, but their attention was all on the border collie. The intelligence of the border collie is no joke. It has been outside looking for an opportunity, and it seems to want to break through the encirclement of the dog pack to deliver a fatal blow to Wen Youning. What can we do? If Wang goes in, they will beat Wang up. Even the dog can't win. Yikes, it hurts. Does it hurt badly? Let me take a look at you. Wen Youning's voice resounded from above, startling the border collie. Woof woof. Avon. When did people come out? The border collie was too absorbed in wandering, and combined with the tightly secured Elizabethan collar, he didn't see anyone for a moment. Can I take a look? Wen Youning reached out towards it. The border collie shrank back. Woof. It's all your fault for not being skilled enough. I hurt my paw, it hurts to death. Wen Youning, you hurt your paw. It's not the wound that hurts. She said that the minimally invasive wound should be healed by now. Woof woof. Shut up, it's clearly your problem. The border collie raised its head and let out a continuous series of barks, barking enthusiastically, taking a breath and lowering its head to face a group of dogs. In the front, there was a Caucasian shepherd that was half a head taller, casting a shadow that obscured the line of sight. Its tail inexplicably found its way between its legs. The border collie's slightly open mouth still has a bit of air sound. The ending turns into a hum-hum jiggle. Its ears are drooping back, and it's shuffling backwards with small steps. Don't be cowardly, go for it. Exactly. There are only a dozen of them, can't you handle that? Ha, I'm dying of laughter, a group of onlookers who never mind the trouble. When Zhao Zi received the news and came to find the dog, she encountered this standoff. The border collie noticed that the rock wolf had no intention to attack it and took a step back, becoming noticeably more cautious. It also noticed Zhao Zi, darted over in a single leap, hid behind Zhao Zi and barked at the dog pack. Woof woof woof. A bunch of garbage. Do you think the dog is afraid of you? What a joke. The border collie was barking vigorously when I felt the human in front of me move aside. Zhao Zi's Adam's apple rolled up and down, although he knew very well that with Teacher Wen present, the possibility of the dog pack attacking him was zero still. So many pairs of eyes were fixed on him, watching who would panic. I don't know it. Zhao Zi raised his hands in surrender. It's got nothing to do with me. Woof arg arg. PFFD ha ha ha. This is too much of a show. Zhao Zi, who went out to look for the dog, suddenly forgets why he came here. Who told you to look for Teacher Wen? Zhao Zi pushed the border collie aside, apologized to Teacher Wen. Woo, the border collie was defiant and still wanted to bite him. Zhao Zi, Rockwolf, bite it. The border collie's eyes raised. Woof. Who are you with? Wen Youning smiled as she watched the border collie and Zhao Zi playing and said, it looks like it's recovering quite well. Yes, it has plenty of energy, Zhao Zi said helplessly. I wanted to take it out earlier, but I didn't dare to open the gate, and as a result, it climbed over the wall when I went out today. So maddening. I'll have to raise the wall when I get back. The border collie tilted its head and said, HMPH. Zhao Zi shook the dog leash in his hand. I'm heading back now, Teacher Wen. I have to go out for a bit later. Wen Youning patted the rock wolf. Let's go, we should return to the house too. The rock wolf glanced at the border collie and got up to shake its fur. Bian Mu shrank behind Zhao Zi, stuffing his mouth tightly against the middle of his calf, hiding himself well. Lin Beiyu conveniently closed the yard gate. You sit down first. I'll go cut some fruit. Wen Youning opened the refrigerator's cold storage section, where there were plenty of fruits that the small animals at home could eat. Fruits like grapes and apricots, which are toxic to dogs, were not present. To avoid accidentally dropping them on the ground and having the puppy snatch them away. I didn't even consider those when I was stockpiling fruits at home. Wen Youning cut a few plates of fruit. Come on, give it to me, Lin Beiyu said as he bit into the apple core and reached out to take it. The flesh that was cut off on both sides was neatly arranged on the plate, and there was still quite a bit of flesh left on the apple core. Wen Youning wiped her hands and said, These plates are all for the dogs. Lin Beiyu replied and went out to place the fruit platter on the ground. Wen Youning brought out the last 2 plates and said, This one is for you. Lin Beiyu curled his lips, took the fruit platter, turned back to sit on the sofa, and used a skewer to poke a piece of apple near the rock wolf's mouth. The rock wolf didn't even lift its eyelids. Lin Beiyu raised an eyebrow, not eating. He switched to a piece of banana chip. The statue-like rock wolf that had been completely still suddenly darted forward, and Lin Beiyu instinctively raised his hand to block while retreating. However, the rock wolf lowered its head to avoid his arm and snapped up most of the fruit cut. Lin Beiyu. Bullet screen. So fast with the mouth. Ha, if only the fruit pieces were a little more evenly cut, the rock wolf would have emptied the plate in one bite. Let you all, are you still kidding me? When Wen Youning tidied up the kitchen and came out, she saw Lin Beiyu staring at the empty plate with the rock wolf. She turned her gaze, her face full of smiles, and turned back to the kitchen to cut another plate. The fruit just came out of the fridge. On a hot day, eating some refreshing cold fruit is almost the same as eating ice cream. Wen Youning leaned on the sofa, feeding an apple to the little tabby cat. The little tabby sniffed, didn't open its mouth, and turned over to continue sleeping. The little panda has a complete big apple by itself. Teacher Wen, why does the dog keep chasing its own tail? It's been chasing for almost half an hour and I see it just turning. It might be more than half an hour. Doesn't it get tired? Chasing the tail. Wen Youning chewed on an apple, opened the screen and sent a request to connect, bringing Union onto the mic. Take a picture of me and let me see. You know what you put on the dog's tail. They play for a while and maybe when you're not watching, they rest, and as soon as they start playing again, you see it. In fact, it only turned for a few minutes. Union's internet response was slow. Not just a few minutes, I just observed again, and it has indeed been turning the whole time. The black screen gradually unfolds under Union's description. Teacher Wen, look, it makes me dizzy just watching. I just checked the tail. There are no bugs or any skin lesions on it. Union reached out to block the Pomeranian dog, which was spinning excitedly. He caught its tail, but it continued to spin. Union's hand also followed the Pomeranian's spin. She didn't dare to pull its tail hard. But looking like this, nothing can be captured on camera. Yun Yan entangled and said, Should I shave off the fur on my tail so I can see clearly? She began to doubt if there were unseen microorganisms. What is it thinking? Does it say its tail is itchy or painful? Can't hear its heart's voice. It's not chasing its tail, it's just going around in circles. Wen Youning frowned and said, Contact a reliable pet hospital immediately to send it there for an MRI. Yun Yan heard that Wen Youning's tone was somewhat serious. Isn't it just playing with its tail? Why does it need an MRI? Even if it's just an itch and uncomfortable, can't we just apply some ointment? Especially now that there are no obvious injuries on the tail, not even a loss of fur. How did things suddenly become so serious? Wen Youning noticed Yun Yan's tension and comforted, "Don't worry, just calm down for a moment. I'm only suspecting that its constant circling might be a kind of illness, and we need to do an MRI at the hospital for a diagnosis." "What disease is it? Teacher Wen, just tell me directly, otherwise I will be totally lost at the pet hospital. Let me have some idea first." Yun Yan was already panicking, her hands trembling when she grabbed the dog leash, and then she thought the leash might not work, so she hurried to find her backpack. Wen Youning whispered, "It might be granulomatous meningitis." "What the heck? I just noticed that too. The Pomeranian was chasing its own tail but didn't bite it. I also suspected it was this disease." "Is this really true? It's so serious." Wen Youning sent her the location in a private message. "If the local pet hospital can't handle it, send it to this address. I can treat it." Okay, I'm going to the hospital first. Yun Yan is not in the same province, so she can only hope for the pet hospital. Goodbye, Teacher Wen. Yun Yan hurriedly got off the stage. Lin Beiyu didn't dare to speak when he was connecting with Wen Youning, and finally found the opportunity to ask, "Is this illness very serious?" Wen Youning nodded. "The onset of the disease is on par with cancer. But that Pomeranian seemed to be in good condition. As long as the MRI results come back to confirm the cause and treatment is initiated quickly, a healthy discharge shouldn't be a problem." Lin Beiyu was confused, casually poking his fork into the plate, making a ding sound as he hit nothing. He didn't even glance, just gave a little jab beside him. Was that the ding sound? Lin Beiyu slowly lowered his head, looking at the plate that had once again become empty without him noticing. "You don't like to eat fruit?" "In the past I only ate meat and fresh vegetables. Now I eat 2 plates in a short time." "Do you love to eat? Then go ahead and eat." The rock wolf licked its lips, ignoring him completely, with its nose pressed against the live streaming equipment. Woo. Huh. Wen Youning had just replied to a private message when she saw a request to join the stream. The application channel she had just opened was already lined up with fans. She adjusted the live streaming equipment, slid down the edge of the sofa, and connected with the rock wolf, saying, "Hello." "Hello, Teacher Wen." The boy tipped his straw hat, stood under the scorching sun in the grass field, waved the willow twig in his hand, and pointed to the calf in the corner. "Teacher Wen, I feel like my calf is really stupid." Longjiang Chunyu emphasized, "It's not that I'm scolding it, it really is stupid." "Isn't that still considered scolding?" You are pointing at the calf's nose and scolding it." "You terrible human, you are really terrible." The scolded calf doesn't even lift its head, as if it isn't involved. With a pattern of brown and white, it strolls leisurely in the enclosed pasture, occasionally looking up into the distance, and when tired, it takes a big bite of fresh, tender grass. In the livestream room without filter beautification, the grass in the pasture is a tender green color, looking refreshing and juicy. Wen Youning asked, "Has a doctor confirmed it?" Longjiang Chunyu shook his head and nodded. "A doctor has seen it but couldn't find the cause. The doctor said at that time, 'Is there a problem with this cow's brain?' It can be said that it was not diagnosed, but it was diagnosed. It is still quite difficult to determine whether a cow has intellectual defects." "What symptoms does it have?" "The most obvious one is that it doesn't recognize its mother." Long Jianchenu raised her phone and squatted next to the calf, capturing its expression as it looked around. "Look, it is searching for its mother right now. This time is generally when it usually eats, but it can't find its mother. Off camera, Long Jiangchenyu whispered, "I can see it. Its eyesight has been tested and is fine, so the doctor suspected something is wrong with its brain. Where is there a calf that doesn't recognize its mother? The calf that hasn't been weaned yet. The spring rain in Longjiang is troubling, unless you keep it and its mother together. Otherwise it won't be able to find it among other cows in the same barn." The calf disliked that it was blocking its view and shifted aside. "Where's Mom? Who is Mom? Mommy, Mommy. Is this it? Could this also be it? How about this one?" The calf anxiously dug at the ground with its hooves. The grass pressed down and dirt flew up. The more it dug, the more frantic it became, and its inner voice grew more anxious. Well, it really can't find its mother. Wen Youning pursed her lips. Intelligence issues. Doesn't quite seem to fit. The inner voice sounds pretty normal. Some animals are born with intellectual deficiencies, and their inner voices sound quite different from those of normal animals. The calf's heart voice is clear and straightforward, just uncertain about the final answer. Wen Youning rubbed her fingertips and thought, "You lead the calf to walk in front of other cows. Should we take it over there?" Long Jiangchenyu patted the little cow. "This way. Will it be able to recognize its mother after walking a circle?" The calf was very dissatisfied after being hit, slowly walking forward while looking for an opportunity to get back at Long Jiangchenyu. But it was easily avoided by Long Jiangchenyu, who had rich experience in raising cattle. "Mom!" Walking up to the big cow, the little calf's attention was no longer on Long Jiangchenyu. "Just, Mom, what is this?" "Moo, this one is a bit similar too. Could it be this one?" Looking at the calf walking further and further away, the mother recognized it and raised her head to nudge it. The calf still showed no reaction at all. Getting closer, some really looked similar and would even make an effort to move their noses to sniff. "Moo!" When an unfamiliar calf approached, the dairy cow showed no mercy and kicked with her leg. Long Jiangchenyu quickly pulled the calf behind him and said, "Look at you, bullying the calf." "Not Mom." The calf was pulled back and flicked its ears. It's not a brain problem." Wen Youning confirmed that the calf's intelligence was normal, at least in the middle range of normal cow IQ. Even if it can't be considered very intelligent, it definitely doesn't have a problem with its intelligence. Longjiang spring rain, so what is this? Wen Youning, take it to treat its nose. Loss of smell and face blindness. Wen Youning shrugged. If either of these two problems were less, we could find its mom. Puff. Smart people start laughing at the previous sentence. Goodness, I can't believe it. The veterinarian didn't diagnose the nasal issue. That's a low rating. The symptoms all spoke of the brain and eyes. Who knew the problem was in the nose? It's all because of Longjiang spring rain leading us deliberately. Ha ha ha, the poor little calf. It shouldn't have shown symptoms suddenly today, right? How did it manage to find its mother and eat smoothly in the past few times? Before, Long Jiangchenyu had already put a hand to his forehead. It gets kicked when it approaches other cows. If it bumps into one that doesn't kick it, then it recognizes it as its mother. Later, after he discovered that big cows could kick small calves, he realized that it couldn't go on like this. Continuing could easily kill the little calf. So he personally took it to its mom. Longjiang spring rain is deep in thought and surprisingly did not head in this absurd direction. This direction of getting sick is rather unconventional. The young calf ignores everything and just keeps looking for its mother. Longjiang spring rain saw that if he didn't stop it now, the young calf would be beaten into handmade beef meatballs, so he hurriedly got up to pull it back. Is face blindness incurable? For treating the nose, as long as it is not congenital, there generally won't be any major issues. Yes, face blindness, that's not a small problem. Wen Youning nodded. There are currently no effective treatment methods. Face blindness, also known as prosopagnosia, refers to the inability to recognize faces, and whether it be humans or animals, there is no possibility of complete recovery from this condition. It can only be trained to better recognize individuals. Compared to this, Wen Youning prefers get the nose treated. It can also find its mother using its sense of smell. The training for face blindness can only come slowly. Treating the nose is urgent. Okay, I'll call the doctor over right now. With a treatment direction, Longjiang Chunyu has become motivated to get busy. Otherwise it would be confusing, and even if there are medicines, I wouldn't know where to use them. Can animals also suffer from face blindness? Yes, they can. Wen Youning said while biting into an apple, face blindness can also be caused by a single autosomal dominant gene mutation, even when the brain structure is not visibly damaged, regardless of whether it's humans or animals. Lin Beiyu made a sound of just about to say something when his phone vibrated twice, and he frowned when he saw the caller ID. Wen Youning paused with the fruit skewer in hand and put down the fruit plate on her lap. Whose phone is it? Gentle and refined, Lin Beiyu gave a name and got up to answer the phone. Wen Youning slowly raised one eyebrow, the biological father of the original owner. Is he the president of the Wen Group? President Lin also has a partnership with the Wen Group. Wen Youning thought for a moment, put down the fruit plate on her lap and got up to clap her hands. There's something going on, I'll stream for everyone after I'm done. The barrage was discussing fervently when the screen suddenly went black. Lin Beiyu happened to hang up the phone and saw the live streaming equipment hanging down, saying, Wen Zhu is critically ill, do you want to go see her? Wen Youning curled her fingertips to scratch the chin of the little tabby cat. A city people's hospital. Wen Zhu is lying in a single patient room, with tubes all over her body. There was no need for resuscitation, so she was transferred out of the ICU. The bodyguard searched the room and nodded to Lin Beiyu as he left. Lin Beiyu said, there are no cameras. I'll wait at the door, call me if anything happens. Wen Youning stood at the door, and Wen Zhu's originally dull eyes suddenly became sharp. In a moment of anger, she coughed violently a couple of times. Okay, Wen Youning, wearing a mask, had just entered when the door behind her was closed tightly. Wen Youning, you deserve to die. Wen Zhu felt her life draining away, and her words were filled with gnashing of teeth. Now I am the one who's going to die. Are you satisfied? HMPH God is really unfair. Why do you exist? Because of you I, the eldest daughter of the Wen family, am not properly recognized. They flatter me on the surface, but behind my back they make fun of my origins and bloodline. No matter how hard I try, I can't shake you off. Cough, cough, Wen Zhu said excitedly, the oxygen mask being pulled tight around her. Do you know how happy I would be if I could start over? As long as I get rid of you before you appear, I would be the legitimate young lady of the Wen family. Wen Youning. She opened her mouth and said, you. If I could start over, I wouldn't buy stocks, lottery tickets, or invest. I would only seek revenge against those who wronged me. It seems that the fake identity of the rich girl is what Wen Zhu cares about the most. After all, in the original text, Wen Zhu's life has been smooth sailing, each step a climb uphill, always having something to stand on as a stepping stone. Is this the only blemish in her glittering life? Wen Zhu gritted her teeth. Consider yourself lucky. If the poison couldn't kill you, how could that fool dare to trick me with fake medicine? Wen Youning looked at the horse Wen Zhu with a calm expression, slightly raising her chin. It's not fake medicine. Similarly, you weren't using it just fine. The sound of Wen Zhu's emotions came to a halt, her heavy breathing accompanied by the violent rise and fall of her chest. She suddenly widened her eyes. It's you. Wen Youning corrected her. It's Wen Jiang. Why? What basis do you have? Clearly you are still living. Well, I haven't. Wen Zhu's agitated emotions reached their peak. She couldn't catch her breath. and with a long beep from the machine, she didn't have the chance to finish her last sentence, instead collapsing like a deflated balloon on the hospital bed. "Hurry, rescue!" the doctor burst in from outside. The doctor and nurses surrounded Wenzu. Wen Youning quietly watched the frenzied Wenzu, doing nothing. "You clearly harmed the original host for 2 lifetimes." As Wenzu's pupils began to disperse, seemingly hopeless, Wen Youning quietly stepped back from the crowd. When Wenjiang was smiling while talking to Lin Beiyu, when he saw Wen Youning come out, he turned to her. "Zioning, you've grown up so much." "Stop, don't get too close." As an outsider, Wen Youning understood the true nature of the Wen family parents better than anyone else. The original owner was lost, not dead. During the peak period of the Wen group, it was easy to find someone for a high price. Even without casting a wide net, just a trip to a few local orphanages would suffice to locate the original owner. The nanny who had replaced the child had passed away from cancer several years ago. After she stole the child, she directly abandoned them at the entrance of the orphanage. It's not difficult to find someone when there are clues. When Wenjiang not looking for someone is purely for profit considerations, a person who has not been trained in business cannot support the family's reputation, will not bring benefits when married off, and may even tarnish the Wen family's name, will naturally not be sought out with great effort. After all, wealthy families are least short of children. The current attempt to get close is nothing more than because of Wen Youning's current identity and Lin Beiyu. In the matter of Wenzu's death, when Wenjiang had a role to play, and this felt more like a token of loyalty he was giving to Lin Beiyu. As the Wen family's fortunes declined, keeping Wenzu was intended for an alliance with a powerful family to prolong the Wen family's legacy. Now, with Lin Beiyu as a significant backing, when Wenjiang is determined to get on board the Lin Group's big ship. Seeing Wenjiang's obsequious demeanor, Wen Youning frowned uncomfortably. She didn't want to get involved with someone like him. "Let's go." "All right." Lin Beiyu stepped forward and the bodyguards immediately blocked Wenjiang, who intended to approach. The cultured Jiang Ming, who had been humiliated, felt his face flush with a mix of red and white. He glanced at the hospital room and watched Wen Youning leave with a tense jaw. "The car is right downstairs." Lin Beiyu opened the car door, raised his hand to block the door frame, and after Wen Youning got in, he walked around to the other side to get in the car. Wen Youning fastened her seatbelt and lightly tapped it with her fingertips. "Mr. Lin." "Lin Beiyu, do you want the Wen group?" Wen Youning was taken aback. Why so suddenly? She realized something. The person who is acquiring the scattered shares of the Wen group is you. Lin Beiyu also paused. "You too?" Wen Youning chuckled. The Wen family owes the original owner, and now that they have the ability, they should make the Wen family pay it back. "I thought so." The Wen group is currently in a precarious situation. Shareholders are secretly selling off. How can anyone still be buying back? Wen Youning was planning to dismiss Wen Wenjiang after becoming the largest shareholder of the Wen group. Lin Beiyu curled his lips. "I still have some on hand. I'll have them draft a contract for you later." Wen Youning said, "Just go with the market price. Then I'll give you a discount." Lin Beiyu held a hand of Wen's group stock, and it was all for Wen Youning. Wen Youning smiled and followed up with the question, "What discount?" Lin Beiyu said seriously, 1%. This discount is no different from getting it for free. Wen Youning squinted her eyes with a smile, meeting Lin Beiyu's gaze full of joy, and the arc at the corner of her mouth deepened. Lin Beiyu slowly blinked, slightly pursed his lips, cleared his throat, and glanced out the window. Buzzing. Buzzing. The vibrating phone broke the quiet atmosphere in the car. Wen Youning answered the call and the screen displayed connecting, but the person on the other end remained silent for a long time. "Hello." The signal on the other end seemed unstable with repeated calls of "Hello, Teacher Wen, are you there? Did it not go through?" Wen Youning glanced at the caller ID. the owner of the Pomeranian that had been spinning in circles. "I'm listening. What's up?" Yun Yan's hoarse voice came through. "Teacher Wen, I'm on my way to City A now, but I'm a bit far away. I'll probably get there in the evening. Can I book an appointment with you for the evening?" It sounded like she had been crying. "Sure," Wen Youning asked. "Is it confirmed?" "No." Yun Yan sniffed and started to cry again. "I went to 2 hospitals, and they both dared not let Xiao Mei do the MRI. They were afraid that Xiao Mei wouldn't come down and asked me to transfer to another hospital. Looking for a pet hospital this way is not a solution. I can't see the dog's condition over the phone, and relying solely on verbal descriptions. The doctors on the other end just respond with, 'Bring them in to take a look.' But waiting until then to say they don't dare let Xiao Mei undergo the MRI. This process will take a long time." While Yun Yan continued to call to find the next hospital, she decisively chose to drive to a city. At the very least, coming to City A, Teacher Wen can definitely treat it. Constantly switching hospitals, no one knows when they will encounter someone brave enough to do the MRI. In comparison, coming to City A is actually more reliable. Wen Youning comforted, "Don't worry, when we were connected, I saw that Xiao Mei's condition was still pretty good. Her problem isn't serious, don't worry." She said, "I'm going back to prepare now. I'll wait for you to come for the checkup." Yun Yan, okay, thank you, Teacher Wen." Wen Youning hung up the phone and said, "Mr. Lin, you go ahead with your work, I'll go directly to the hospital." Lin Beiyu, "It's fine. Those online CEO meetings and endless document processing are really just stereotypes. I don't have much to do." The assistant in the passenger seat, still buckled up and typing replies to emails, nodded vigorously. Yes. Not busy, you're not busy at all." Lin Beiyu never forgets his identity as an animal caretaker, temporary worker. "Since you're busy, I'll take care of the little animals at your home." He is still very useful. The sky is gradually getting dark. In summer, the night comes late. In some places, the sky is still bright at 7 or 8 o'clock. Close to 9 o'clock, Wen Youning is still waiting at the hospital. She had arranged with the gatekeeper that Yun Yan's car would be let in directly when it arrives. "Teacher Wen, I'm leaving work now." The on-duty doctor finished changing clothes and greeted Wen Youning. "Wen Youning, thank you for your hard work." She removed the needle from the little dog on the examination table. After all, she still had to wait in the hospital, so she checked the little dog that had not yet been adopted. Those who haven't come to adopt yet are likely to have been abandoned. We need to send them to the stray dog rescue after being discharged. The duty doctor opened the door and the voice came from afar, "Teacher Wen, is Teacher Wen here?" "Yes." Wen Youning heard the familiar voice and stood up, took the Pomeranian from Union's hands, turned around without saying a word and said, "Don't come over. Wait outside." "Okay." Union subconsciously responded but still took 2 steps forward. By the time she ran from the parking lot to the door, she was already sweating profusely. Nervous. Life and death speed. I don't know why, but when I saw the puppy being handed over smoothly, the breath I had been holding suddenly relaxed. I sighed in relief. +1. Teacher Wen really gives a sense of security. Indeed, Union, take a break. You can rely on Teacher Wen. It's making me want to settle down in City A. Pet owners really want this kind of support. Finish the MRI. After the anesthesia, the Pomeranian lay quietly on the examination table. While waiting for the results, Wen Youning first pricked it with a needle. Yun Yan was waiting outside. When she saw Wen Youning carrying the dog out, she stood by the examination table and asked, "Teacher Wen, is it confirmed?" Wen Youning said, "We can only confirm the diagnosis after getting the results." Union nodded slightly as if understanding. "So what should we do now?" "Lower intracranial pressure and eye pressure." Wen Youning shaved the hair off the Pomeranian's legs in preparation for the infusion. The nurse came out with the results. Teacher Wen here. Wen Youning took a glance and then handed it over. It's definitely granulomatous meningitis. Take a look. Yun Yan was so scared that her teeth were chattering. On the way here, she searched online for information related to this illness. She probably realized it was not a minor issue. She was anxious before, and now that it's confirmed, she is even more nervous. Wen Youning connected the IV and hung the drip. Why are you crying? She pulled out a tissue and handed it over. We'll check the eye pressure again after the IV is finished. If it goes down, there will be no problem. Zio Mei came at just the right time. Sometimes even those who come in at the point of blindness can be saved, so don't worry too much. Yun Yan nodded while crying, understanding the reasoning and believing in Wen Youning's abilities. Otherwise she wouldn't have driven all this way. But the tears are completely uncontrollable. Let's just say, Teacher Wen's emotional support is very effective. I need to check and observe the infusion while also taking care of the owner's emotions. Haha, so busy, Teacher Wen. As long as the Pomeranian is okay. Why are there so many people giving gifts while flaunting the title of doctor? Union was afraid of disturbing Wen Youning, so she sat on the chair and cried secretly. Wen Youning occasionally adjusted the position of the acupuncture, with the treatment device clamped on the Pomeranian's head, its blue glow flickering. Teacher Wen, are you on duty again today? Zhao Zi paused as she entered, then took a step back to observe her surroundings, doubting whether she had walked into the wrong hospital. It's not really a duty. With a ding, she put the removed needle into the tray and adjusted the drip speed. Wen Youning asked, "What brings you here?" "I'm here to get some things. The dogs rescued last time had many supplies transferred here. We stack them up if we can't use them. Now other hospitals come here to take things when they're short." Zhao Zi suddenly remembered something while rummaging through items. "By the way, Teacher Wen, have you been in contact with the South China Tiger Breeding Center?" "No, what happened?" Wen Youning unwrapped a blanket and covered the little Pomeranian with it. Zhao Zi glanced at the live streaming equipment. "What do you mean? What do your eyes mean?" Zhao Zi, you have done too many bad things." Temporarily blocked, Wen Youning explained with a smile, and then the live stream went black. "Come in and talk." Zhao Zi sighed as she entered the resting room. "You know the South China Tiger breeding base has been doing wild training in preparation for their rewilding, right?" Wen Youning poured a cup of warm water, "So they can be released now." A male tiger that performed well in wild training went in to scout. Then, the signal was lost after it entered. Zhao Zi leaned against the door frame. "I don't know if it was attacked or if it removed it itself. The drone captured fragments of the locator. Although the South China tiger that has undergone wild training has a gap in constitution compared to the completely wild South China tiger, it is still a tiger after all. The king of the forest. In the protected area, as long as they don't pick a fight with a group, they can run away if they can't win. What I'm afraid of is if the released South China tigers fight with the wild South China tigers, fighting in places where no one knows." Zhao Zi said, "This is the first release. Everyone has high expectations and has been paying close attention." He borrowed the light from Wen Youning, which can be considered as being a participant, and he didn't hide any insider information. Perhaps he also wanted to use his mouth to tell Wen Youning. "I didn't expect it to evolve into this. The wild training for release, the South China tiger is doing it for the first time, while the Northeast tiger has been doing quite well. They're having a meeting to discuss whether to go in and find out." Wen Youning nodded. The phone screen shook and she said while holding the cup, "The conclusion of the discussion is that we are going." Zhao Zi noticed Wen Youning's phone and then looked at her own. "The final result will be sent to Wen Youning. The messages here are quite mixed." Enter the protected area to find the South China tiger. Who to look for? Zhao Zi didn't even need to guess. He even doubted that without teacher Wen's appearance, the wild release would not have progressed so quickly. At the very least, it would take a few more years of training. Wen Youning said, "I'll make a phone call." Okay, Zhao Zi quietly waited beside her. He thought that Wen Youning was calling the staff at the South China Tiger Breeding Center. As a result, roar. The call connected, and some impatient tiger roars came from the other end. Zhao Zi. No, who are you calling? Before Wen Youning came back, she left an iPad there, downloaded a pet software, which can directly make calls without needing to connect. There are similar telephone watches for sale online, but they are not suitable for the size of the South China tiger. Yogurt prefers the larger screen of the iPad, so this one was used. Before she left, a fully charged power bank was connected to the iPad, and Yogurt could make it last a long time by using it sparingly. It seems that Yogurt should not have been playing with the power bank and iPad together. Otherwise, the iPad would have run out of battery long ago. Wen Youning's phone video is all dark. Hi, Yogurt, miss me. Yogurt licked the screen, roar. The tiger misses you, missing you beautifully. As soon as the message got through, the video call was suddenly disconnected. It's out of power. Huh? The South China tiger scratched the iPad with its claws, tilting its head closer and biting the corner of the iPad. Let the person out. The South China tiger growled softly, woo. Hurry, let go of the person. The South China tiger is putting pressure on the iPad across from him. Wen Youning and Zhao Zi stared at the darkened screen, which reflected the faces of the two. Zhao Zi, is it dead? It's out of power. When Youning opened the contacts, the solar chargers advertised online are all a scam. Solar chargers are even comparable in size to charging pile. However, opinions on such products online are mixed, and Wen Youning doesn't know which brand's products are reliable. So, I bought a few more, including an iPad, all paired with a power bank. One iPad ran out of battery, so Wen Youning called another one. I bought the top 3 solar power banks on the market. I can't have none of them be reliable. Wen Youning was a bit suspicious that the South China tiger was using the power bank while she was away. If it doesn't get any sunlight, no matter how good the quality of the solar power bank is, it won't be useful. After connecting the video this time, the opposing camera was facing the sky, with some mottled spots, causing a bit of ghosting in the camera shot. Roar. Let them go. Hurry up and let them go. The tiger ate you. Along with the roar of the South China tiger, there was also a continuous, dull pounding sound. Yogurt stopped torturing that iPad. Wen Youning listened to the sound, which was filled with a sense of scrap. Being filmed like this is no different from being run over by a truck. It seems that she prepared a few more iPads, which truly shows her foresight. Upon hearing the sound, the yelling of the yogurt also stopped. As it stepped on with one claw, the screen went black again. Yogurt, have you seen any unfamiliar kind of your species lately? Wen Youning wasn't sure how much battery this iPad had left, so she got straight to the point. Woo! There is. I don't know where it came from. A coward afraid of tigers. The meaning of listening to the voice of Yogurt is having had contact. It has just been released and hasn't interacted with that environment. It's normal to be scared. Wen Youning asked again, is it still alive now? Woo. Yeah. It has hidden away. The tiger knows where it is. The South China tiger thought to itself and directly picked up the iPad. It was obviously thinking of taking Wen Youning to find that timid tiger. No need to go looking for it, it's timid, so let it stay by itself for now. Wen Youning stopped the South China tiger's movement and said before it could pull the charging cable, we can't unplug it. If the cable is broken, it won't charge at all. We won't even be able to make video calls. If you don't unplug it, even though the power bank charges slowly with solar energy, it will be even slower to charge the iPad, but having it is better than not having it. Similarly, solar-powered live broadcasting devices have a hard time charging in protected areas, and power banks are even more difficult to recharge. The South China tiger just took a step to walk, heard a sound and turned around to put the iPad down again. It doesn't understand what charging means, but it knows that a black screen means it can't see people. The South China tiger puts down the iPad and uses its paws to poke at it, tangling the iPad's cord into a ball. Through the phone, Wen Youning can't help but want to pet the tiger's ears. The South China tiger can't find the camera, only partially getting into the frame, not even showing its eyes. "I miss you so much. I'll come to play with you after a while." Whoa! Wanting the tiger isn't supposed to be that way. What is a while later? "It's just dark and light, I will be there soon," Wen Youning explained to Hua Nanhu. Roar! "Did you hear a notification sound over there?" Wen Youning heard it and said, "It seems like this iPad is about to run out of battery." As her voice fell, the screen turned completely black, thoroughly obscured without a hint of light. The South China tiger was directly lying on top of it. "The sound is gone." Wen Youning smirked. "Even without the prompt sound, when it's out of power, it's going to be out of power." Woo! The South China tiger's voice sounded a bit down as it got up and picked up the iPad with its mouth. It was clearly the sound of teeth gently clinking. Real biting would produce a noticeable cracking sound. This is a sign of unhappiness for the South China tiger. "Take care of yourself over there and wait for me to bring you some delicious food. Let me check the flight tickets." Roar! "Good. Hurry up." Talking about this iPad, it also shuts down automatically. Wen Youning put away her phone, turned around and patted Zhao Ziyi's shoulder. "It's okay, don't worry, the South China tiger that was released is still alive." Zhao Ziyi's eyes were hazy, always feeling a sense of unreality. Talking to a tiger is already quite bizarre, and talking to a South China tiger on the phone is. He can't keep such things to himself. Zhao Ziyi opened the work group for the breeding base. "Everyone rest assured, the latest news is that the released South China tiger is doing just fine. The patrolling drones can be collected." Fan Songking, how do you know that? The divers also popped up with a message. "Did the drone catch it? I just left the control room 10 minutes ago. I will come back right away to confirm if it's the one that was released." The staff on site saw this and came out to refute. "Everyone is very nervous right now. Please don't spread rumors. I'm on duty and there is nothing happening." At Zhao Ziyi, "Can you confirm? We need photos or videos as evidence." Zhao Ziyi, "I can confirm there is nothing wrong. Teacher Wen just called the South China tiger and asked." When Fan Songking saw the words Teacher Wen, the anxiety in his heart eased by half, and he typed faster than his brain could react. "Oh, that's good. Teacher Wen called me so I can rest assured." "Right." "What? You invaded my phone. What are you sending? Is this still Chinese? Why don't you establish your own country and become a king?" Zhao Ziyi looked at the flood of group messages popping up and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Finally, he wasn't the only one surprised. Zhao Ziyi's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear, but when replying to the group messages, she was serious and calm. "It's a small matter, no need to be too surprised. I just finished watching Teacher Wen's phone call from the side, and if it weren't for confidentiality, I would have live-streamed it to you all." "Who told you to keep it a secret?" "I was in Teacher Wen's live stream room, so when you suddenly joined earlier, were you talking about this?" "I swear I heard the roar of a tiger. Who just said I was going crazy thinking about South China tigers? Step forward." Zhao Ziyi's mouth curled to one side. A group of guys who have never seen the world, so embarrassing. "I'm not like you guys." "Hee hee. Shua la." The curtain was pulled open, and the warm grapefruit lime who came in to get water ran into Zhao Zi with a smile. Cunning. Ah, cough, cough. Zhao Zi raised a hand to wipe his face, turned around pretending that nothing had happened. I told them over there that it's fine to release the South China tiger. When do you plan to go? I'll help you buy the ticket. I just bought it. Due to the weather in B City, the next flight is only the day after tomorrow. Wen Youning bought the earliest flight. Which flight? Zhao Zi also opened her phone to check the app. I'll buy a ticket too. I'm not at ease with you going alone. Wen Youning said, you do your thing, what's there to be worried about? She entered the protection zone, and Zhao Zi could only wait outside, so it was better for her to do her own things at the zoo. Zhao Zi said seriously, I don't trust Fan Songkang. The last time he went, he almost couldn't hold it together. How can I feel at ease if I don't go with him? There hasn't been much going on here lately, so I'll just be sitting around. It's a good opportunity to go over there and learn more about South China tigers from the breeding center. Zhao Zi bought a plane ticket. He couldn't help much during this busy period, but he could still do some small tasks, like coordinating supplies and negotiating with the breeding center. Teacher Wen doesn't like dealing with complicated interpersonal relationships. It's best for an old hand like him to take charge. Teacher Wen, you're busy. I took the things and will go back first. Zhao Zi stepped out. I'll come to pick you up on the day we set off. After saying that, he picked up the cardboard box and left. Wen Youning came out holding a cup of water and casually closed the door to the lounge. The tabby garden dog was hiding behind the curtain, peeking out. The wind from Zhao Zi running past made it squint its eyes. Wen Youning glanced at the empty cage beside her. They didn't do acupuncture for it today. How did it come out of the cage? She walked over, bent down behind the tabby rural dog and asked, What are you doing? Woof! The tabby rural dog was startled, jumping up with a clear motion, its ears standing straight up. It noticed it was Wen Youning, and without saying a word, it dashed outside. But after just 2 steps, the carpet lifted by its claws caused it to hit its chin on the ground. Despite this, the hind legs still did not give up on moving around. The tabby country dog rolled onto the ground and leaped up with a sudden whoosh and thud. The transparent glass door shook violently when it was bumped by the tabby country dog. The tabby garden dog staggered a couple of times, barely steadying itself, and then there was a long, seemingly endless silence. This dog is really quite clumsy. It fell and got confused. Dog, if you've got the ability, then go ahead and knock me dead today. The puppy might be cursing internally, wondering why the glass door is cleaned so thoroughly. The tabby stray dog clearly got its head knocked. Wen Youning walked over, crouched down beside it and said, Let me see if it's swollen. The tabby rural dog let out a heavy woof, as if it was humming, and then coldly turned its head to the side. Clearly refused to communicate with Wen Youning. Rock. Woof woof. Sister. Beautiful sister. As soon as Wen Youning's words came out, the aloof little dog instantly wagged its tail vigorously, looking up with a pair of innocent, watery big eyes. A sly person. If you have the ability, don't call the dog. Do you really think the dog is afraid of it? The dog is just giving it some face. This is its territory. If we were outside, the dog would just take a bite. How did it come here? The arrogant thoughts of the tabby stray dog took a turn when it saw the rock wolf walking by the glass window. Woof! Sister, 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 good sister, help. Help, help. The tabby rural dog rolls over on the spot, lying on its back with its front paws neatly placed in front of it. Wait until it leaves. Just now the dog didn't react in time. If I had known, I would have given you a bite first. The recovery is quite good. You have a rebellious nature. Wen Youning poked its head. Not only good, it was the least symptomatic when brought here. The other little dogs that were pricked by the needles were so dazed they didn't even know what had happened, but it remembers clearly. Compared to other little dogs that haven't been discharged, it is already able to be discharged. Now it's just waiting for the other little dogs to be discharged, so they can all be sent over together. Otherwise, if we send them one by one, it might be difficult for them to integrate into the group. Among the few in the hospital, the puppies that are closer to the cage usually bark a couple of times and can get to know each other. Bringing friends along to a new environment will make it easier to settle down. Is your head okay? Wen Youning observed the forehead of the tabby rural dog and saw that there was no swelling. Is there a feeling of swelling? Tabby rural dog. Don't touch Wang's head. Wang is going to bite you. Wang really bit you. Is Wang not going to run away? No way, there's a fierce dog over there watching. Taking advantage of Wen Youning's inattention, the brindle rural dog lowered its head and sneaked back to its own cage. Just going in wasn't enough. It also turned around and used its paws to hook the cage door closed by itself. The brindle rural dog scratched at the lock on the cage for half a day, and the clang-clang sound of metal hitting metal made the nearby puppies perk up their ears to listen. However, it's good that all the effort is worth it. Is the lock really on? Wen Youning deliberately leaned in for a closer look. You are quite clever. She knows how the tabby rural dog got out. They have already learned to unlock it themselves. Although it's not a complicated lock, it's still quite difficult for small animals. After all, their claws are not as flexible as human fingers. Wow, I know this dog. It sat in front of me during the college entrance examination and wouldn't let me cheat. You can just lock it after a couple of swipes. So cute, I want to raise one. The rock wolf pushed the door open and came in, walked around the sofa, and lightly rubbed against her calf. What's wrong? When Youning squatted down to touch it, the rock wolf's fur was warm as it had just come in from outside. Wu Yiding. Are you here to bring me food? When Youning noticed that Yan Lang was holding something, and the insulated bag didn't look like it was from home, it resembled the takeout from the place Lin Baiyu ordered last time. When Youning took the food from its mouth, thank you, Yan Lang. What did you eat tonight? Wu Meat. When Youning sat down on the sofa and ran her hand through the thick fur of the rock wolf, saying, Is it stuffy outside? The rock wolf lay beside her leg, resting its chin on top of her shoe. No. The takeaway was clearly ordered by Lin Baiyu. When Youning opened the box, Xiao Mei's mom, have you eaten? Come over and have a meal with me. I have 2 portions. Yun Yan leaned on the consultation desk, shook her head upon hearing the voice. No thanks, Teacher Wen, I ate a little in the car. She feared that once she got to the hospital, she would be in a hurry and wouldn't have time to eat, so she specially had a few snacks to settle her stomach. Give it to me, I'm hungry. President Lin is slacking off. He didn't personally deliver food to Teacher Wen, but instead made Yan Lang run errands. Bullying a small dog is too much. Look at Yan Lang's size and then say it's a small dog. It was taken away. I'm going hehata. 4 simple words, why do they seem so wrong? With Teacher Wen absent, did President Lin get beaten up by Yan Wolf again? Wen Youning had just opened the lid, saw it, and closed it back again. Have you eaten? I've eaten, this is what I'm giving you. It's not stolen food. It's stolen, the qualification to deliver food. In a place where the rock wolf doesn't know, Lin secretly reports. Get someone local from City A to loudly read Lin Zong's words in Yan Lang's ear. What time will you be back? Wen Youning took a piece of steamed pork. Wait until Xiao Mei's condition stabilizes. It should be very late. After finishing the infusion, we still have to measure the data, so I definitely can't go back in a short time. Note to take a break. Wen Youning smiled slightly and said, The rocky wolf below raised its head and blinked slowly at her. Wen Youning used a hand to pat its head and asked, What's wrong?" The rock wolf didn't respond, lowered its head and lay back down. "Are you not happy?" Wen Youning covered the food and patted the spot next to her. "Come up here." The rock wolf got up and avoided the table, jumping up in a relatively empty spot. Wen Youning stroked its fur and rested her head against it. "Here's a piece of bone." It is accurately a bone-shaped teething stick. The teething stick is like a non-challenging compressed biscuit for the fangs of the rock wolf. The rock wolf licked her hand and picked up the bone. Wen Youning curled her fingertips and scratched under its jaw. "What's wrong?" "Woo," the rock wolf also rubbed against her. "No. Happy." "Happy, huh?" Wen Youning narrowed her eyes. "What does it mean to be happy?" The rock wolf remained silent, just rubbing against her again and again. "Well, now someone else is unhappy. What do you say manually at Lin? Are you not going to use your account while face-planting? What's there to be afraid of in Teacher Wen's live broadcast for senior members? Sob, I really like big dogs when they act cute, especially the mature, steady, and reliable ones. When they rub against me, I can hardly imagine how great it feels to pull them back." After playing with the rock wolf for a while, Wen Youning reopened the thermal box, paused for a moment, and then reached for her phone, saying, "Wait a moment, there's an emergency." "Is it really difficult to come up with a name? Can you hear me?" Wen Youning touched her pocket and realized she didn't know where her earphones had gone. "Sure, Teacher Wen." The boy was sitting cross-legged in front of the screen. "Teacher Wen, can you help me check why my cat keeps wanting to eat the kittens? The kittens can walk now, but it still always wants to eat them." "It can walk. Generally, stray mother cats will eat the weak kittens they judge to be unable to survive after giving birth, but this does not usually happen with domesticated cats. I'm also puzzled. I've locked the kittens in a cage and they can only come into contact with the mother when I'm feeding them, but the mother cat still keeps biting the kittens, making them cry out." The boy pointed to the dark circles under his eyes. "Right now, I really have to stand by when I'm feeding. No matter the time, whenever the kitten meows, the mother cat goes over to nurse. He has to be there. It's nursing right now." The boy supported his chin with one hand, looking full of worry. As the camera got closer, the alert white cat huffed, staring sharply at the lens. What it was really staring at was the person behind the lens. "I suspect that it has developed some cognitive issues," the boy specifically clarified for himself. "I haven't mistreated it. Canned cat food can't be said to be the best, but it has never been lacking, and it absolutely has enough to eat and drink. Teacher Wen, tell it that there's no shortage of food at home, and not to keep eyeing the kittens to take a bite." He was really afraid that one day he would wake up to find the cage broken and one or two kittens missing. This isn't really a disease. It can even be said to be a normal behavior for felines. Even if you go to the hospital, the doctors would be at a loss. Can only find someone to communicate with it, so that the big white cat gives up this idea. "Huh. Go away. Stay away. What are you staring at the cat for? You are the one who wants to eat the cat. You don't look like a good person at all. Don't come near the cat, kids. Every time this is mentioned, you get mad at me. It's really unreasonable. Pouting, it's so hard to come up with a name. Why do I feel like mother cats aren't fierce to their kittens? It's like it's threatening me. I think it looks more like it's protecting its young." Wen Youning sighed and said helplessly, "It doesn't want to eat the kitten. You must be misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Impossible, it just..." The boy suddenly pointed at the cage and said, "Look, Teacher Wen, quick look, it's starting again." Taking advantage of the boy's inattention, the white cat nibbled on the little kitten's head with a soft meow, then moved down, biting from the neck all the way to the back, opening its mouth wide and almost swallowing the kitten's back to its abdomen. It does look quite frightening. The boy stopped her. "No eating, spit it out." "It's not trying to eat. It wants to pick up the kitten and take it away," Wen Youning explained, Mother cats are very alert after giving birth. They won't trust people who get close to them, so they will move their kittens to a place they deem safer. What? The boy had just put on thick gloves and hadn't put his hand inside yet. Carrying a kitten, don't you usually grab it by the back of the neck? It's biting its back. Now it's almost like he's biting the entire kitten into his mouth. Wen Youning said, the position held in the mouth is actually not fixed. Some cats without experience in raising kittens may even hold the tail. After all, the main purpose of carrying away the kittens is to carry them away, not to pick them up. The boy, having no experience, said, what does it mean when I appear and it suddenly bites a few times? Does it mean it's warning me to stay away? It's just that it's afraid you will take its cubs, eager to carry them away but unable to find the right angle. Wen Youning could feel the white cat's alertness even through the screen. Hissing is the warning. After all, being picked up hurts and the cubs will cry. The mother cat can't find the right position, so it will be hesitant and awkward. The big white cat's eyes are constantly focused on the boy's hand, waiting for a chance to pounce. Wen Youning said, it's not yours, is it? A stray cat you picked up. It belongs to my mom. Previously, my aunt had a small surgery and no one could take care of it, so my mom went to help out. Afraid it wouldn't be well taken care of at home by itself, she sent it here to let me take care of it for a while. The boy is getting more and more speechless, so all his recent nervousness was for nothing. Has he become the villain? The boy protested, but we aren't complete strangers. Why do you have to guard against me like this? I even hugged it when I came home. So cold-blooded and heartless, turning your back and denying it. Meow, the big white cat meowed louder. Who told you to point at the cat? Put your hand back. It's as if the person and the cat are competing to see who has the louder voice. Wen Youning suggested, don't approach it. Leave the cage for them, or wait for the mother cat to move the kittens to a place she thinks is safe. The boy stroked his jaw and began to understand. No wonder the kitten looked at me with that kind of eyes after I locked it in the cage. Aren't you the villain who caused the white cat and the kitten to be separated? The imagination is quite large. My mind has slipped out along with the thoughts. I would rather believe that the cat wants to eat the kitten than to believe that the cat doesn't trust you. Fortunately, you scared me when you started talking, but luckily it didn't want to eat the kitten. It just simply didn't want you to touch the kitten. It's so hard to come up with a name. I closed my eyes and I understood. The bullet screen can be paused. Please stop spamming. Thank you. Don't be sad. Even though it eats your food, doesn't like you, avoids you and scratches you, it still dislikes you and is on guard around you. It's really hard to come up with a name. Is it really necessary to use although and but? Why is it still chasing and trying to kill? I have to die in this live broadcast room today, right? It's so difficult to come up with a name, struggling to the death. Actually, our relationship is very good. Maybe it was taken with a mobile phone, and that's why it wasn't happy. It's so difficult to come up with a name. My hand was raised halfway and was immediately pulled back. He directly gave up. Fine, fine, fine. You stay by yourself. Haha, give up. Eating little cats again. The jokes for the second half of the year are here. It's so hard to come up with a name. I'm awkwardly laughing. Sorry to bother you, Teacher Wen. The barrage is filled with hahiha, already laughing out loud. Wen Youning's fingertips grazed across the screen. The rice in the lunch box is packed tightly. Wen Youning ate more than half the box before closing it and putting it back into the thermal bag. The small Pomeranian lay on the examination table, blinking its eyes, its gaze following Wen Youning back and forth. What's wrong? Wen Youning had just finished wiping the table, and the little Pomeranian's gaze was hard to ignore. She took a piece of alcohol wipe to clean her hands and asked, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" "What?" "Claws." Wen Youning glanced at the IV drip. It was already empty, but there was still some in the tube. She pinched the tube and lightly flicked it with her fingertips. It'll be ready soon. Don't move your claws around, okay? Sister will help you take them out. Woof. All right, all right. While waiting for the IV drip, Wen Youning patted the little dog's head and observed its eyeball by running her fingertips around its eye socket. Yun Yan was holding the Pomeranian from behind, afraid it would suddenly attack. Small dogs generally have a bad temper and are not easy to deal with. There are gentle small dogs too, but Yun Yan knows very well what kind of personality her dog has. The reason it is behaving so well and not barking is purely because it is sick and uncomfortable. Otherwise, it would have already started howling at the top of its lungs. Wen Youning pulled out the needle, turned around to stick it back into the syringe, hung the IV bag here first, then picked up the Pomeranian and said, "I'll take it in for an examination. You wait outside for a bit." Yun Yan picked up the fallen small blanket, nodded slightly. Okay. Woo. Wang doesn't want to go. You have to go, otherwise how will we know your condition without an examination? Wen Youning hugged the puppy as they went in. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Zio Mei looks much better than when she first arrived. Indeed, she can make complete sounds now. Before it seemed like she could barely breathe. After finishing the examination, the little Pomeranian in Wen Youning's arms was already wagging its tail. She handed the little Pomeranian to its long-waiting owner. All right, the test values are all normal. Take it back and nurture its health. Illness strikes like a sudden collapse and it fades away like pulling silk. This is also true for puppies. Yes, Yun Yan bowed to Wen Youning while holding the Pomeranian. Thank you, Teacher Wen. You're being too polite. Wen Youning took off her clothes and said, "It's getting late. Do you have a place to go tonight?" Yun Yan said, "Yes, my husband is waiting outside. He drove me here. He's waiting for me outside right now. I can just go out." Okay, Wen Youning hung her coat on the coat rack. He turned around and added an old-fashioned lock to the door for the tabby stray, which requires a key to open. Although it's clumsy, this kind of lock can't be opened by a dog. After everything was set up, Wen Youning turned off most of the lights, leaving only a few warm lights on. Wen Youning, Yan Wolf, let's go home. Woo! Yan Wolf grabbed the thermal bag on the table and followed. The day the plane landed. The sky in City B, which had been gloomy for several days, finally cleared up. Fan Songkeng personally came to pick up the machine. Teacher Wen this way. Zhao Zi was fed up with seeing him. You are in the giant panda park, so why are you so concerned about the South China tiger? Fan Songkeng gave him an understanding look. You've had a tough journey. Teacher, when should we go to the hotel for a rest? I'm also a bit curious about the call to the South China tiger. Let's chat about it. No need. Wen Youning had a poor sleep on the plane last time, so this time she specially prepared an eye mask and earplugs, carefully selected her seat, and while there was still noise, it was much better than last time. The sleep was not bad either. Wen Youning said, I'll go straight into the protected area. She had already talked to the yogurt about it. Fan Songkeng took the luggage and put it in the trunk. We have prepared everything, and there is a cart as well. Mao Mao's caretaker was worried that Mao Mao wouldn't hunt and would starve inside, so secretly prepared quite a lot. Many people saw it, but no one exposed it. They silently contributed to it. Although after release, humans should not intervene in the subsequent development. However, there are too few South China tigers, and we cannot just watch them starve to death because they can't find food. Principles must be flexibly applied in the face of the increasingly dwindling wildlife. If it weren't for the fact that the keeper couldn't get in, he would have gone himself. Mao Mao is considered a pioneering pathfinder, being the first to be successfully released and survive. Subsequent releases can continue. After all, Mao Mao is already the top among all involved in the wild training. If he can't make it, the release of the other South China tigers will have to be postponed. Natural breeding has a long way to go. The driver was waiting in the car, while Zhao Zi sat in the passenger seat, frequently looking back at Fan Songkeng, who took her spot. Shouldn't it be you driving? Fan Songkeng didn't even glance at him, completely absorbed in wanting to ask questions. Teacher Wen, is what you said about calling the South China tiger true? Wen Youning said, I left a few iPads over there that can make video calls. It's just that the battery isn't very sufficient. Oh, if you had such an idea, why didn't you discuss it with us? The battery issue is a small matter. I can find someone to solve it. Fan Songkeng's hands, clenched on his knees, were trembling. Making a video call to the South China tiger sounds super cool. In this way, even if Teacher Wen is not in the reserve, they can contact Teacher Wen to learn about the latest situation of the South China tiger. Fan Songkeng never thought he would participate in this event, personally calling the South China tiger. What if the South China tiger sees the video and realizes that the people waiting are not himself, gets angry, and smashes the equipment? Smashing would be better. If he directly gives up answering the phone and throws the iPad aside, not looking at it again, wouldn't that also mean Teacher Wen can't find the tiger? Fan Songkeng is feeling great. His mind has already started thinking about specific operations. Giving a call to the South China tiger, how did such niche words come together? Not even going to perform. When did this happen and why didn't I know? No wonder they suddenly said there was a reason to stop broadcasting yesterday. They were off to buy yogurt. It sounds like Mao Mao is not really the kind that could survive in the wild. Was it released too early? With Teacher Wen around, maybe there is some assurance, so just be brave. Fan Songkeng said. In fact, Mao Mao reached the release standard a long time ago. The rewilding of the Northeast tiger received widespread attention, even attracting real-time live broadcasts. The release of the South China tiger was not as grand but also garnered significant attention. After all, this is the first time it's been released. Many eyes are watching closely, and there are more considerations to take into account. Plans need to be made regardless of success or failure. The pace slowed down after back-and-forth discussions in the meetings. Until there is definite news from Wen Youning about the presence of wild South China tigers in the reserve, the previously shelved proposal has been brought up again. Wen Youning patted him on the shoulder and said, "It will go smoothly, don't be too nervous." Fan Songkeng smiled and sighed. With Teacher Wen's words, I feel at ease. Wen Youning adjusted the angle of the live stream. I might not be able to connect when entering the protected area later. If there are any issues, we can solve them now. Damn, I forgot about this. Me, I'm coming. The application list quickly got filled up with incoming requests. In order, Wen Youning connected with the first one. Dazed Sue came online and she squinted her eyes. Is it me? Is it me? Yes, I got the spot. Wen Layashi, quick, help me check on my cat. Dazed Sue hugged a frail calico cat which was sunbathing outside. Hulu has been having diarrhea. I don't know if it's an absorption problem or what. Changing the food doesn't help. Later, even the prescription food still caused diarrhea. Does she look very skinny? Wen Youning nodded. Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? What did the doctor say? I checked. Deworming has been done. Vaccinations have been administered and all basic blood tests and checks have been completed. In the end, the doctor also had no solution, said it was malnutrition, possibly due to bacterial infection, and the gastrointestinal system is weak. Dai Su picked up the medicine on the steps. I give this daily using the medicine dispenser, chasing and pressing to feed without missing a meal, but still, it causes diarrhea. Having diarrhea continuously is not a good thing. Diarrhea to the point of dehydration is fatal. The calico cat in particular looks very frail, and you can almost see the ribs on the short-haired cat. Wen Youning looked at the calico cat's listless appearance and said, some vaccines can cause brief soft stools and diarrhea after being injected. When did you get your vaccine? Dai Su calculated and said, I got the vaccine probably about 6 or 7 days ago. I even asked the doctor if it was due to the vaccine being severe, and the doctor said it wasn't. Calico, if you feel like you're being mistreated, just meow once. Why does it seem thinner than the stray cats in my neighborhood? How could there be no reason for constant diarrhea? Is the owner hiding something? Wen Youning asked again, besides prescription food, are you feeding anything else? Snacks like cat treats or canned food? No, Dandong shook his shoulders. How could I dare to feed it recklessly? Just eating prescription food has already made it look like this. I'm afraid if I randomly give it something else, it might actually eat itself to death. A little bit of broken crumbs is enough for who? It's so disgusting. Meow doesn't like to eat. San Hua rested his head on her knee. Meow needs to replenish nutrition, but there are no eggs today, so I can only eat tomorrow. Eggs are the best to eat, fragrant and smooth. Sai Meow is so difficult. Wen Youning smooth raw eggs. San Hua's ears twitched. Meow. What kind of egg is not an egg? Meow doesn't know. You can't tell anyone. If they know, they will snatch my egg. If eating raw eggs causes diarrhea, then that's right. If you eat too much, it's not just diarrhea. Wen Youning looked at Dai Su and said, give it less egg to eat. Huh, eggs, all right. Dai Su didn't expect that instead of taking medicine she would be eating eggs. She hesitated and asked, are 2 enough? Wen Youning thought for a moment, how many do you usually eat? Dai Su said, I don't usually eat any. Wen Youning. She lowered her hand holding the phone and said, not eating. Then how does it say it wants to eat eggs? Isn't it given by you? I never gave any. Dai Su shrugged both hands, looking even more confused than Wen Youning. Buying raw eggs, even the sterilized ones, can't guarantee safety. Dai Su wouldn't dare to casually feed raw eggs to a cat. Cats that are often fed raw eggs and raw meat are trained. They have already gotten used to it. The clumsy San Hua has a weak stomach, and now eating raw eggs, isn't that a killer for it? Wen Youning slowly raised an eyebrow. Then it must be stealing your chicken eggs. Meow. San Hua got anxious. No. You stole. I earned it by my own ability. You're slandering me. The eggs are all in the fridge. They can't open the fridge door, so how is that possible? Dai Su replied to Wen Youning's words in confusion. No. She suddenly remembered the issue that she had neglected during this period. My hen hasn't laid eggs in a long time. Dai Su put down the calico cat on her lap and hurriedly raised her phone as she ran to the backyard. I have several chickens in my backyard, and I'm just raising them for fun, not for breeding. I didn't expect any eggs, but actually there were quite a few before. Recently, every time I come, it's empty, not a single egg. The chicken coop has upper and lower levels. After laying eggs, they will roll down the track inside, with bedding below. The speed is not fast and they won't break upon collision. This design makes it convenient to collect eggs and effectively avoids being attacked by hens when collecting them. It doesn't seem like much, but being pecked on the back of the hand really hurts. But with a chicken coop like this, it makes it convenient for people to grab eggs and also for cats to steal the eggs. Dai Su squatted in front of the chicken coop and asked, did the gourd eat them all? Meow. No. I said it's not stealing. It's just that Meow relies on its own ability. It's it. Wen Youning's concise words interrupted the roaring thoughts of the 3-colored cat. Wow. Not bad really knows how to nourish itself. Not bad knows to eat fresh. If it can eat the eggs before the owner picks them up, then those eggs must be fresh. As long as it's not a little fresh, San Hua's behavior of stealing food will be discovered. Wen Youning pointed at a spot on the screen. Look down. Do you see that piece of red brick on the ground? Is there any eggshell fragment on the edge? Dai Su was still confused and hadn't seen anything. Following where Wen Youning pointed, he indeed found the problematic piece near the brick pile not far from the chicken coop. These bricks are all surplus from building the chicken coop, and since there was no place to put them, they were piled up here. Wen Youning could probably guess the trajectory of the falling egg. The egg rolls down from above and just cracks right here on this turning point. Dazed and flaky. The brick pile is too messy. She usually doesn't pay attention to these. You gourd, Dazed and Flaky pointed and scolded. Did you eat from the buffet while I wasn't paying attention? Especially after eating at the buffet, I even ended up with diarrhea. People who don't know would think there was an excess of nutritional supplementation. Meow. What's wrong with a cat eating eggs? Stingy humans. The cat didn't eat chicken again. The tabby cat puffed up its chest and stood its ground, arguing for itself. Wen Youning chuckled. With your small frame like this, even if you go in, you wouldn't be able to beat a chicken. Let alone several inside. Even if it were a 1v1 against a tabby, the tabby might still get beaten. Meow. So what's the matter? Why are you hitting the chicken? Dai-Su pulled at the corners of his mouth. You don't really want to eat chicken meat, do you? So this really does eat. Chicken, you just wait and see if I peck you or not. I can testify that being pecked by a chicken really hurts and can even poke your eyes out. This little three-colored cat got knocked down by a flying kick from the chicken as soon as it entered. I've never seen a cat that has eaten itself into a thin, pitiful state, even worse than a stray cat, by stealing raw eggs. Dai-Su pressed Sanhua's head down, grinding her teeth in anger, looking like she wanted to battle Sanhua for 300 rounds. Wen Youning said, "First stop the eggs. Feed the cat food according to the recommended amount, mix in some homemade cooked meat, and avoid overly greasy foods. Take the rest slowly." The cat has been this thin for more than a day or two. It certainly can't be rushed to regain its health. Dai-Su was furious. Tomorrow I will lock up the chicken coop. If you come to steal food again, just wait to be beaten. Meow, the calico waved its claws. Don't close it. Meow. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Bad person. How can there be such bad human? After shouting for a long time, the frail cat was furious. I will send you a few pictures. You can search online to buy food for the cat. Diarrhea led to weakness. I dared not feed it randomly or give it water. The food can't keep up, leading to malnutrition, and after becoming malnourished, I continue to sneak eggs. A vicious cycle, gradually exhausting the body like this. Okay, Dai-Su pinched the scruff of the three-color cat's neck. Don't go provoke them, or I'll really beat you up. Speaking of which, I know that the gourd and my chickens don't have a good relationship. I've seen them calling at each other across the cage a few times before. Dai-Su guessed they must be arguing. It turns out it's not just arguing. You really are. She poked its forehead, dazed and irritated. Meow. Sanhua opened its mouth wanting to bite her, but its body was weak and it took a long time to react and couldn't bite. It turned its head and stretched out its paw to swipe at the phone. If we can't hit this, then let's hit the bad guys inside. Fan Songking whispered beside her, Teacher Wen, we're here. Wen Youning picked up the streaming device and got out of the car. I'm hanging up the link for now. I'll start again when I have time. If there are any issues with feeding later, just DM me. Dai-Su nodded eagerly. Okay, thank you. It's very reassuring to know that you can find someone to answer your questions. Wen Youning turned off her phone screen and got out of the car, only to be approached by a group of people. I'm going to look for a job. Good opportunity. A group of suits and ties, not buddies, right? The woman standing at the front lightly nodded her head, smiled, and extended her hand. Hello, Teacher Wen. I am the person in charge of this South China Tiger Wild Training and Release Plan, Shan Kaiali. Wen Youning, hello. Shan Kaiali had been waiting early in the morning. We have prepared some things inside and sent them in advance, but we didn't go deep in. You can arrange things as you see fit. We won't interfere. It's just, could you please try to take some photos of the fur? It would be best if you could put the locator on. If you can't wear it, there's no pressure. Wearing a locator makes it easier for them to keep records. Moreover, if Wen Youning is not around, they can also determine Mao Mao's situation based on the locator. What if Wen Youning is busy with something else and they lose track of Mao Mao's whereabouts? Wouldn't they be completely in the dark, just staring at each other in the office? Okay, it's just taking photos and wearing the locator. Both are simple tasks with no difficulty, so Wen Youning readily agreed. She glanced at the people around and did not plan to stay for a chat, then said, "Then I'll go in first. Don't delay in finding trivial matters." Dan Kaioli didn't stop him, saying, Okay, let's have a more detailed chat when we have time later. This is indeed not a good place for chatting. The smell of disinfectant on Wen Youning has mostly dissipated. She still came over this time with only a backpack. Go into battle lightly. When Zhao Zi saw Wen Youning go in, he turned around and wanted to wait in the car, but as soon as he took a step out, he was stopped. "Mr. Zhao, how long have you been working with Teacher Wen? Do you have any leads on the matter of calling the South China Tiger? I am the one chatting with you in the group." One question after another came crashing down. Zhao Zi listened in 3D surround sound. "My head is buzzing." Wen Youning walked back into the protected area. It hasn't been long since she left last time. But it feels like a lot of things on the ground have changed. Wen Youning walked in and soon saw several large boxes and a small cart below that was easy to move. She tried to pull it. "No way, it's too heavy." Wen Youning patted her hands and said, "I'll just ask Suan Nai to help me drag it later." "It's too heavy. Let's go and see where the yogurt is." Wen Youning looked up and scanned the tree, searching for the tiger's tail. Wen Youning held the hiking pole in front. "Should we call the yogurt again? Anyway, she is here now, and when the time comes I can fix the useless power bank, and as long as the battery is sufficient, I can call out yogurt with a video call." However, before she could take out her phone, she heard a low growl, "Woo." Wen Youning stopped in her tracks. "Yogurt." The South China Tiger leaped out from the forest, rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Wen Youning turned sideways to dodge. This distance, this speed, even a truck would be severely injured if it was struck at the front. Even something as solid as iron wouldn't dare to stand still. However, the yogurt did not rush up all at once. As it approached, it slowed down, stood up, and rested its front paws on her shoulder. Roar. "Person!" The yogurt has completely weighed down the big tiger, and Wen Youning is leaning against the big tree for support. The South China Tiger has not been completely pressed down. Wen Youning touched the South China Tiger's paw, smiled, and stroked its fur. "Good boy. You still know to slow down and not pounce on her." Before, the yogurt would rush in with enough force to knock her to the ground, like a charging firecracker. Wen Youning realized something was wrong and froze while smiling. "Do you know you can't pounce like this?" Wen Youning squinted her eyes, looking back at the excited gaze of the South China Tiger. "Then why did you still pounce after I told you so many times not to?" The South China Tiger, focused on sucking, paused for a moment and then continued to suck. Hee. Wen Youning was both angry and amused, raising her hand to tap on the South China Tiger's head. "You really did it on purpose." Wow, yogurt raised its head. No matter. All, after enough yogurt rubbing against people, turned around happily to scratch the tree, tail swinging back and forth. "Yogurt, long time no see. I was just guessing if the yogurt would notice that Teacher Wen arrived, and it really came out. Good baby." Wen Youning scratched the back of the South China Tiger's neck, hugged its neck and said, "There's freeze-dried food and milk over there. Shall we go get it?" "Oh, well." After responding, the South China Tiger froze for a moment, suddenly remembering something, and tugged at Wen Youning's clothing, saying, "Woo. Over here." "Over there," Wen Youning followed, puzzled. "Yogurt is in the lead, there's a silly tiger." Wen Youning stumbled and steadied herself by supporting her hands on the South China tiger's back, smiling as she patted it. "Mao Mao is not silly. Do you know what the word silly means?" Yogurt turned back, "Huh. Mao Mao." Wen Youning was stroking it gently. "Not this fur. This is the name of the South China tiger that was released." Yogurt tilted its head and suddenly dashed out. The tail brushed past the palm when Youning found her hand empty, hurriedly following. "Yogurt, wait for me. Don't go over directly." Given Mao Mao's current situation, the first reaction upon noticing Yogurt approaching would only be to run. The Yogurt didn't run far. Hearing the sound, it slowed down more and more, then leaped over the bushes and turned around to sit down in place. The bushes were tall, blocking most of the South China tiger's face, and a pair of bright beastly eyes could clearly reflect a human shadow. "Are we there yet?" Wen Youning squeezed through the gap in the bushes, and before she could steady herself, she noticed the South China tiger lying on the tree in the distance. Mao Mao is smaller than Yogurt, but in terms of age, they both should be about the same. It is located in a place with sparse tree branches. The sunlight there is the best. From a distance, Wen Youning can't see clearly, so she keeps zooming in and out on her phone camera to vaguely see the South China tiger eating. It's having a meal. Wen Youning sits cross-legged beside the Yogurt. The wild training is indeed effective. It's impressive that the tiger can successfully catch its own food in the wild. During training, chickens and ducks are usually used to exercise the South China tiger's hunting, jumping ability and agility, enhancing its predatory skills. But training is training. In practical terms, whether in terms of environment or hunting difficulty, there has been an increase. Wen Youning rested her elbow on the South China tiger's head, supporting her chin with one hand. Didn't they say South China tigers are not good at climbing trees? The Yogurt and Milk have nothing to do and are running around in the trees. Mao Mao is also eating in the trees now. Isn't eating in the trees a dining habit of leopards? Woo! Cheating! Sneaking a bite of what? When Youning was taking pictures, and her hand that pressed the shutter stopped. It can't be eating the food stored by the leopard, right? Puff, is anyone making a sound for the leopard? I'm dying of laughter. If it can't catch its prey, it just steals the food caught by other small animals. This can't be stupidity, it's too clever. No matter how the food comes, just say whether you've eaten or not. It's all over. They are all protected animals. What should we do? Oh, the Yogurt licked its paws and conveniently looked up to lick her wrist. Wen Youning's palm cupped the South China tiger's kissing area, rubbing around its neck. If that's the case, will the leopard fight when it comes back later? She is a bit worried. It is also possible that the leopard is afraid of the South China tiger's scent and, knowing that its food has been eaten, does not dare to come close. The leopard would only have a direct conflict with the South China tiger if it firmly defended its territory. The caterpillar on the tree is happily eating, basking in the sun while tearing at the meat, causing the branches to sway along with it. The leopard's food stash is likely not fresh. It cannot be that the leopard just hid the food and the South China tiger immediately found and ate it. Even a good-tempered leopard would have to stay under the tree and scold a bit. The South China tiger only eats fresh meat, but if it really can't hunt anything, it won't just stare at non-fresh meat and wait to starve to death. It can only be something to make do with. It's just that the leopard suffers. Wen Youning was just thinking, and the one in trouble arrived. Where did the tiger come from? This is my territory, you leave. The sudden voice of the heart made Wen Youning widen her eyes. Hey, it's a bit familiar. Woo. Wen Youning gently tapped the tiger's head. Don't imitate my way of speaking. It's the leopard mother. Wen Youning hadn't paid much attention to the leopard's territory, and it likely wouldn't stray too far from the den where she gave birth. It seems that the leopard's territory is still quite large. With the cubs not by her side, the leopard mother wouldn't dare to take risks facing the South China tiger. It should come over to eat. The South China tiger that was warned changed from boldly eating meat to staring intently at the leopard, eating nervously and cautiously. Is Mama a bit cowardly? Who would be stronger in a fight, a wild South China tiger or a leopard? This is hard to say. I can only confirm that the wild South China tiger is the most formidable. The South China tiger has no intention of fighting with the leopard. Its heart and eyes are filled with thoughts of food. The leopard mother also wouldn't dare to initiate a fight in her eyes. After all, that is a tiger, which she judges to have the same strength as several South China tigers she encountered before. If it weren't for her previous experiences with South China tigers, the leopard mother wouldn't dare to roar at Mao Mao like this. I'm going out to mediate. When Youning felt the situation was not optimistic, you should hide for now. If Yogurt goes over with her, Mao Mao might get scared away right away. Roar. Halfway through the roar, when Youning supported the tiger's chin and closed the mic. Meeting Yogurt's dazed gaze, she smiled gently. Good boy. The leopard sensed the movement over here and thought it was a companion of the South China tiger coming. It pretended to leave. But just as I turned around, I caught a glimpse of a human coming my way who looked somewhat familiar. I ran out a couple of steps and suddenly stopped. Wah. Hi, Wen Youning waved to it. The leopard recognized Wen Youning, and the South China tiger in the tree felt that the appearance of humans was somewhat ordinary, almost even less tense than when it first saw the leopard. After all, the previous living environment was different. Mao Mao had mostly seen humans before. It has seen more people than it has seen tigers. From Mao Mao's perspective, the most important thing now is to quickly stuff all the uneaten meat into its belly. The cheetah rubbed against Wen Youning's waist, a gesture it had not shown before. Perhaps it had been a while since they last met, and upon seeing each other again, the feelings of old friends reuniting were present. How have you been lately? Wen Youning petted the docile big cat. Woo, the leopard with its chin scratched raised its head, its comfortable eyes squinting. The leopard's fur looked so exquisite against the natural green background. Just kidding, that's a golden leopard. Are the cubs all right? Is it already time for them to go outside? They might be able to hunt for themselves sooner. Mao Mao is eating a lot, and while tearing at the meat, he still glances down at the tree to observe what the people and the leopard are doing. Strange. Not someone the tiger knows. Where have all the people the tiger knows gone? The tiger doesn't want to eat rotten meat. Alas. Sighs and groans in the heart, but enjoying a feast on the lips. Is it correct, Mao Mao? When Youning walked under the tree, hello, The moment he pulled off a piece of meat, Mao Mao paused, his tongue curling to swallow the meat into his belly. He lowered his head once more, and in his gaze towards the human, there was a hint of scrutiny. Shall we come down and chat? Your keeper brought you some delicious food. Wen Youning pondered his choice of words. It's the person who fed you before. You should still remember. After all, it had only been released not long ago. But with the memory of the South China tiger, even if it had been released for a long time, it should never forget its life in the breeding base or the humans it had previously encountered. Mao Mao bit the meat out. Wait a moment, Ao. Who is this person? What is this nonsense? Strange and weird. Weakly, is the tiger practicing its claws on you? People say tigers are very powerful. After contemplating this, it hesitated slightly, neglecting the prey at its mouth, and lay down to observe the leopard next to Wen Youning through the branches. I can beat it. Only two a tiger can manage. Wen Youning leisurely strokes the leopard. You can't just use people. Woo, the South China tiger scoffed at Wen Youning's words. Nonsense. One person, the tiger is supposed to use. How the tiger loves to use it. Tiger. The South China tiger opened its mouth wide, panicked and tried to stand up, but its front paws slipped, and it fell back down, its head hitting the unfinished prey and not moving. It seems like it was knocked silly. Then, the dazed Mau Mau took another bite of meat. When faced with a decision, take a bite first and then think. Wen Youning was pondering what Mau Mau was thinking in the silent turmoil of her mind. She heard the sound of chewing. Here we go again with eating. No way, dare to mention a tiger and I'll beat you up. The tiger is not afraid of anything. Encouraging myself with inner strength, a roar immediately follows roar. Mau Mau jumped onto the tree trunk, originally with its head down, but in an instant it turned around by hooking its claws onto the trunk, now with its tail down. Generally speaking, climbing trees is easy for felines because their claws can firmly grip the trunk, but when coming down, the claws are of no help. Those with a bit more courage just jump, while those with less courage, like Mau Mau does. Is the caregiver for Mau Mau there? Do you rock climb? How do you teach the kid tiger? If the yogurt saw Mau Mau come down from the tree like this, I can't even imagine how hard it would be laughing. Is this also the human teaching edition? Regardless of how it came down, it landed safely. The fluffy one bared its teeth and charged straight at Wen Youning. If you see a tiger and don't run, today the tiger will let you know what a tiger is. Scared you to death. The arrogant voice, paired with the fierce face of the fluffy one baring its teeth, turned around and met the gaze of a South China tiger. The low growl of the furry creature immediately disappeared, and even the arc of its whiskers when it bared its teeth trembled. The gaze instantly became much clearer. In front of a wild South China tiger, a captive-bred South China tiger has no chance at all. Roar! The yogurt roared and Mau Mau's ears were pinned back like airplane ears, his eyes wide open. Wen Youning peeked from behind the yogurt. Did you just try to hit me? Mau Mau. Mau Mau was scared into a little cat. Wow, is there a first-person perspective? Yogurt is so cool, it just jumped up all of a sudden. I'm amazed. I didn't even notice, it just blocked teacher when behind it. Really, it's so reassuring. The leopard is beside it, standing in solidarity with the yogurt. Mau Mau, who originally had no chance of winning, finds it difficult to escape in this situation. All right, it was just joking. When Youning pinched the yogurt's little leg, don't scare it. Since we are down here, let's work together. When Youning was still thinking about that meat. Although it is packed in a box with ice packs and dry ice for preservation, it will eventually lose its freshness if left in a hot environment for too long. Just put the locator on you. The locator is similar to a collar and is made of soft material. I don't know how Mau Mau lost the previous locator. Logically, it shouldn't be able to bite it at this position. The yogurt licked its nose, and without any scaring or warnings, it just squatted down in front of Mau Mau, and Mau Mau behaved nicely. Don't bite me. When Youning reminded it, reaching out while paying attention to Mau Mau's inner voice. Do people know the fierce tiger? People are also fierce. People want to strangle the tiger, boo-hoo. Wen Youning quickly tied it up, adjusting the tightness while also tidying up the fur near the locator. I don't want to strangle you. Don't be afraid. Everyone is very friendly. Mau Mau's whoa. Not believing. It carefully lifted its eyes, glanced at the yogurt and quickly withdrew its gaze. The tiger said, don't believe it. Oh, this tiger is so fierce. Roar! The yogurt stepped forward. Mau Mau shrank his neck, puffing in and out, his mouth twisted in discomfort. I hate fierce tigers. I hate it. You can't scold me, you can't hit me. I'm not as familiar with the surrounding environment as I am with yogurt, and I definitely can't run faster. About like this, don't take this one down this time, otherwise I will have to come back to reinstall it for you. After Wen Youning finished making sure the buckle was secure, she tugged at it to confirm there was no risk of it coming off before she let go. "Let's go, time to work." With a command from Wen Youning, a South China tiger and a spotted leopard followed her. With some help, moving supplies with wheels is a piece of cake. It's just a matter of walking a few steps. Mau Mau is following closely, with yogurt behind it. It's like blocking it to prevent it from escaping. The fluffy tail is tucked between the hind legs, and while walking, it occasionally looks back, seemingly worried that the yogurt will suddenly rush up and take a bite. Wen Youning said, "There are a lot of things prepared this time. Let's look for the giant panda and the black bear later." Before finishing the sentence, Mau Mau, who wasn't looking where he was walking, bumped head-on into someone. Wen Youning lunged forward without any defenses. "Hey." Luckily, she had a hiking pole. She knelt down on one knee and didn't fall. It was purely accidental, with no hint of a warning. More panic than Wen Youning was Mau Mau. The yogurt behind is eyeing greedily. Mau Mau spins in place, his fur bristling all over. "Do something." "What should we do at this moment?" "We cannot sit idly by." "Hurry up, think of something to do." In a fluster, Mau Mau lifted a paw and pressed it on Wen Youning's back. Wen Youning, who was about to stand up, was pressed back down. "Ha, just leave it to Mau Mau and you'll be in trouble." What did Sun Nai say about Mau Mau earlier? Wen Youning hasn't spoken yet, but Mau Mau called out first, "Awwo." It's over, it's over. We're done for, tiger, we're done for. Roar! Yogurt let out a low growl and pounced forward. Mau Mau rolled on the ground and lay there, howling, "Ow, ow." Wen Youning looked at the stunned yogurt and Mau Mau on the ground, who was focused on shouting, "It hurts," with an expression of helplessness, tugging at the corner of his mouth, amused despite being irritated by it. What, even in the reserve they dare to cause trouble. I testify, the yogurt hasn't even touched Mau Mau. Although it's not very smart, it's very pretty. No words to praise hard. Thanks to the keeper of Mau Mau for sending the golden dragon for the new year. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. Is this considered medical expenses? The keeper of Mau Mau remained silent, only continuing to send gifts. "Come on, it didn't even bite you. What are you in pain for?" Wen Youning pushed Mau Mau, "Get up." Mau Mau shouted and screamed with his eyes closed, making such a racket that anyone who didn't know would think a fierce battle was taking place here. "You're almost flattening the grass." Wen Youning held its front paw, "Come." The little paw was tugged, giving a slightly paused "oh" sound. It opened one eye, moved its neck, wiggled its paws, and its tail behind it also swayed. It doesn't hurt at all." Mau Mau stood up and shook its fur, the embarrassment spreading silently. "It's even more embarrassing than before." Mau Mau licked its lips and said, "You might as well bite me." "Why not bite?" "That's too bad." Wen Youning patted Mau Mau's head, casually picking the grass off its head. "The grass juice is all stuck to your head. Luckily, there's not much, otherwise it would be hard to wash out if it got stained." Mau Mau raised its eyes to look up, its gaze focused on Wen Youning's hand, and its eyes almost crossed together, unable to see anything. It shook its head in defeat. Wen Youning patted her coat and said, "Let's walk a few steps." She thought for a moment and said, "You go in front." Mau Mau is relatively weak, but this weakness is from the perspective of a wild animal. After being hit so many times, there's no need for his waist anymore. Mau Mau has no opinion on where to walk. Walking at the front allows Mau Mau to stay a bit farther away from the fierce tiger, which makes him quite happy. It's just. It walked and then turned back, looking at the fierce person on the left and the fierce tiger on the right, along with the leopard. Mau Mau squinted his eyes, and his paws quickened their steps involuntarily. I felt a chill behind me. The supplies prepared by the breeding center were carelessly placed in the middle of the road. It's not too far from the entrance. Most wild animals won't come here. Except for the giant pandas. Wen Youning picked up the milk on top and handed the rest to the yogurt and the leopard. Mau Mau smelled a familiar scent through the box. The food that the South China tiger likes will be chosen as a reward during training, and milk is one of the rewards. It circles around Wen Youning, following the zookeepers at the breeding base to drink as well. Wen Youning said, "I'll let you drink when we go back." Woo! Mau Mau jumped onto the box and leaned in closer from above. The yogurt, dragging the cart with a rope, glanced at it and swatted it down with a paw. "Owl!" Mau Mau shouted as it landed, then turned and hid behind Wen Youning. Woo! The yogurt pressed between its brows. A low murmur escaped from its clenched teeth. Mau Mau curled its neck and fluffed up its fur, feeling wronged as it ran over to the leopard, squeezing against the cart with it. "By the way, Mau Mau, do you have your own territory?" Mau Mau bit the rope. Territory? Of course I do. Wen Youning, where are you? I'll leave your share for you. Mau Mau raised his chin and said, "Owl. Wherever the tiger walks is the tiger's territory." Wen Youning. That means there is none. This protected area has not been fully explored by Wen Youning either. It's unclear what the specific situation is inside, but the places she has already passed are all claimed. Their territory is the largest among the yogurts. With Mau Mau's strength, it seems quite difficult to capture and defend a territory that already has an owner. It's better to find an unoccupied territory to stay in by myself. Then come with me first. I'll give you some meat and milk over there. Wen Youning was also worried that Mau Mau's personality wouldn't be able to keep the meat in case something unexpected happened. But there are 3 South China tigers over there, so be mentally prepared. Woo! Good. Distribute the meat. Mau Mau huffed and puffed, trudging along. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. That's not the main point. Did you even hear what I said in the second half? Mau Mau was nodding mindlessly, clearly distracted by the food. In the wild you might find some meat to eat, but no matter what, it's impossible to find milk. The yogurt let out a light HMPH, silly idiot. Mau Mau has already been confused by the food. Is the breeding base skimping on the tiger's rations? Look at how it makes our Mau Mau drool. Haha, adult tigers have already been weaned. They need to eat meat. Mainly they eat meat and chew on big bones. Step into the territory of yogurt. Mau Mau's muscles visibly tensed up, his eyes darting around. Animals are very sensitive to smells. Hearing Wen Youning say 3 South China tigers and actually stepping into their territory and smelling them is completely different. It's a bit too immersive. Are you scared? Wen Youning weighed the box in her arms, leaned back slightly to support herself, and reached out to touch the back of Mau Mau. What? A little bit. Mau Mau's cautious gaze froze when he saw the calm and indifferent leopard. It shook its head and said, "Woo. Not at all. What's there to be afraid of as a tiger? Ridiculous. The tiger is the king of the forest. In the forest, the tiger is invincible. Wen Youning, doesn't your keeper tell you stories either? It turns out that even a tiger can't stand being fed soup one mouthful at a time. However, it is also a good tool for boosting confidence. It is good for animals in the wild to be confident. They also assess the situation, analyzing whether they can win a fight before engaging. Generally, when the fighting power is equal, the party that shows hesitation first will be at a disadvantage. Mau Mau seems to have learned halfway. From Wen Youning's observation, with Mau Mau's temperament, whether the fighting power is equal or not, it will always be the first to run away. Under the broken wall. Wen Youning opened the box, and these non-degradable trash items will be taken away when they go out, so they won't be moved upstairs. Mau Mau was jumping up and down while waiting, pawing at the ground, wishing he could burrow into it. Wen Youning unpacked the packaging, and there was even a basin prepared inside. Everything has been disinfected, and you can use it directly after tearing open the plastic seal. After placing the meat and milk, Wen Youning clapped her hands and said, "All right, you guys eat first, I'll go find the milk." Yogurt doesn't lack for meat. On the contrary, I would prefer the freeze-dried and the milk that can't be drunk without Wen Youning. Mao Mao ate the meat hidden by the leopard and kept burying his head in the milk basin. The leopard's tail was curled around its body as it quietly ate its own meat, which was served with milk. "Don't fight. I'm right here. Call me if you need anything." Wen Youning packed the basin and the bottled milk into her backpack, climbed up the crag and walked up one side of the slope. "Have you eaten already? Then can the Livestreams black screen be removed? It's right to protect the tiger cave route, but who can break through the outside to get in? Being cautious is not a big mistake. Let me see the little tiger. Please let me see the latte." The milk sensed it long before the person approached the crumbling wall. It crouched at the cave entrance, quietly watching the person walk up the slope. "Milk," Wen Youning waved with a smile. "Look, I brought you some delicious food." The milk lowly mooed, walking over to Wen Youning and nuzzling her. The South China tiger blocking the door left, and the small tiger next to the door wobbled and rolled over twice with a gulu gulu sound. The tiger cub with its butt up was shaking its tail, struggling to find its balance to stand up. The cub can now walk normally. It is completely different from before when it walked unsteadily, taking one step and stumbling three. Put down the portion of milk, and Wen Youning bent down to pick up the latte that was chasing after her to find her mother. Huh, the little tiger was in someone's claws, and its tender cries continued one after another. The milk trusted Wen Youning very much, drinking milk beside her every now and then. "Don't you recognize me?" Wen Youning asked the little tiger while dotting its nose. "You little heartless creature." The cub sniffed at its fingertips, as if finding the scent somewhat familiar, and its calls gradually lowered in volume. Since it had contact with people since birth, the cub couldn't possibly have no impression at all. It was just that the scents were a bit mixed, and the cub, being in a confused state, couldn't distinguish them for a moment. "The fluffy pot." "Ow!" The cub hugged her wrist, leaning its small head against her for a nuzzle. Wen Youning opened the milk bottle for it, and the tiger cub bit down on it. The cub is not old enough to be weaned, so a few milk bottles were left for it alone. After drinking the milk, the cub quieted down. The South China tiger cub rested its forepaws on the milk bottle, blinking its eyes and wondering what to think. "Baby, you're a cute little cat. Since it's a cat, it can be domesticated. I am a primary school student. Send me some money so I can buy meat and milk." Okay, so we're eating and taking, huh? Wen Youning sat on the edge of the platform, with a little tiger comfortably curled up on her lap. The large cats below were also not fighting, each eating their own food. The animal world's eating broadcast looks quite appetizing, right? Wen Youning didn't forget her task on her shoulders and took a few more photos of the furry ones. A horizontal phone pops up a message for a voice chat. Wen Youning withdrew her hand and answered the call. "Hello." "Hello, Teacher Wen." The boy politely greeted. "Teacher Wen, can you help me take a look at this turtle? My girlfriend bought it by the roadside and I don't know what species it is. We went to the animal hospital for a checkup, but there were no exotic pet doctors available. They just said it might have a cold and told me to take care of its warmth and humidity, but it doesn't seem to be improving. After all, it's not a hospital that specializes in exotic pets, so the boy has no choice but to avoid going back to the hospital." Wen Youning nodded. "Take a picture of the turtle for me to see." The boy squatted in front of the turtle tank. "This is it. Doesn't it look a bit lethargic?" "This tank of yours." Wen Youning looked at the rectangular glass tank, which had a strange bulge in the middle that didn't look like a decoration. "I found this online. It says this type of turtle can't stay in water for too long and also can't be in a dry environment for too long. So I specifically made this setup. A heating pad on the left bottom and an ice pack on the right. I change them regularly. When it gets too cold or too hot, it crawls over to switch. The middle is raised to keep it away from the water, and when it doesn't want to get wet, it just lies here. The faster the boy speaks, the prouder his voice becomes. It is very suitable for a turtle's living environment. It can also give turtles the right to choose freely. Wen Youning. After a brief hesitation, she asked, when was this semi-automatic torture device developed and put into use? The boy chuckled and said, this semi-automatic torture device was designed based on tutorials I found online. The boasting came to an abrupt halt after he realized, what a torture device. The boy said, I modified this based on the tutorials about tortoise tanks posted online. Let's make a promotional advertisement for selling turtle tanks. Wen Youning enlarged the view to see the turtle curled up with its claws tucked in on the raised center. It's best if you take the turtle out now. Even placing it directly on the table is better than keeping it in this turtle tank. The boy still wanted to explain a bit about the turtle tank he had smartly devised, but since Wen Youning had said so, he first took the turtle out. One side is cold and the other side is hot. Do you know how smart I am? Is it because the temperature difference is too great that it isn't used to it? If I only use a heating pad, it definitely wouldn't suit its living habits, right? If I put all ice packs, wouldn't it just go into hibernation directly? Wen Youning's gaze remained unchanged as she adjusted the milk bottle in the small tiger's mouth. If you do that, then it's an automatic torture device. In ancient times, this guy would definitely be an assistant minister of justice. I also think the smart turtle tanks on the market are quite expensive, already costing more than many turtles themselves. But if I can't afford the smart ones, I'll just use an empty tank and get a simpler one. Luckily, it's a turtle. If it were any other animal, you'd have killed it with your care. So did the turtle complain. As soon as you're arrested, be sure to detain him quickly. Don't use torture on him, brother. Generally, the small stalls sell mostly Brazilian-colored turtles. This one is a red-eared Brazilian turtle, which can be kept in water all the time, as long as the water level is low enough that it doesn't cover its shell, allowing it to lift its head and breathe normally. The Brazilian turtle is already an aquatic turtle. Its ribs are connected to the shell, so the Brazilian turtle cannot breathe in water but can hold its breath for a long time. Although most sellers say that turtles are easy to raise, all you need is a tank with some water and to remember to feed them occasionally to keep them alive. If you raise them for a long time, they can even accompany you on your way. But in reality, keeping turtles is not as easy as they say. Let's remove everything else from the fish tank, just put in some water as I said. If the turtle has mild cold symptoms, don't use medication right away, let it bask in the sun, and it will recover slowly. If it gets severe, you can use cold medicine or banlangen and dissolve it in cold water. After that, give it a bath, making sure the water level does not exceed the turtle's shell. Wen Youning said it very clearly. Pay attention to the dosage, just a small amount of medicine and don't soak for too long. Teacher Wen is really worried about missing something. This brother killed the turtle. For a moment, I didn't know whether it was better for this turtle to be with the vendor or to live here. Since we are all being punished, let's not worry about the severity. The vendor wouldn't take good care of the turtles. Many of the little turtles with various painted patterns on their shells here don't live very long. The boy listened and nodded blankly. Then for warmth and cooling, No need to do that, just give it a quiet environment. Wen Youning added, don't let it sunbathe for too long. It's best if you stand nearby to keep track of the time. Is it really that strict? The boy inexplicably felt a sense of urgency, as if he were timing a 1,000-meter run. What happens if it's 1 second more or 1 second less? Nothing will happen. Wen Youning shrugged, I'm afraid you'll forget to put the turtle tank in the sun and let it bask for a whole day. No matter the age or size of the turtle, if it basks in good weather under the sun for a whole day, It won't die, but it will definitely get dry. The boy. Is it like this? The boy scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. No way. How could I make such a low-level mistake? The little turtle rested on the table for a while, staying on the flat surface that was free of unusual temperatures. It poked its head out and silently complained. Last time he was giving the turtle a bath, he left halfway through and the water kept running. The turtle has swum into the house. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow and said, "That must cost quite a bit for the water bill." It can't be that they're giving the turtle a bath in the living room, filling the water to a height sufficient for the turtle to swim out. I can only imagine the whole house would be flooded. The boy was puzzled and asked, "What water bill?" Wen Youning, last time you forgot to turn off the faucet when you were giving the turtle a bath. No, who said that? I didn't. The boy's eyes were filled with confusion as he recalled, I did give the turtle a bath. There was once. But that time I just stepped out to take a phone call, and then I got a sudden job to work on a PPT. The boy pressed his lips together as he thought of the scene when he was obsessed with finishing his work, sitting cross-legged on an ergonomic chair typing, with the corner of his eye catching a glimpse of the turtle swimming on the floor. Oh! It seems that the faucet has not been turned off. The red-eared slider turtle rolled its eyes. Cough, in short, just be cautious. The roadside stalls turtle was already transported in a less than ideal environment. If you've raised it to this point and it's still alive, it indicates its health is pretty good. A slight cold. Follow my advice, it should be able to get through this without medication. Wen Youning listened to the red-eared slider's complaints and found it quite energetic. Okay, I understand. The boy blushed. Thank you, Teacher Wen. To be honest, I've been quite dedicated to raising them. Foolish people have their actions fully charged with results. Ha ha ha, please don't be inspired ever again, and don't look at those promotional ads when searching for turtle tanks. Will my girlfriend see the live broadcast? If she does, can I give her a punch? I followed with a punch. The call was ended, and the Tiger Cubs bottle was also empty. But the little latte still clung to the nipple and wouldn't let go. Anyway, the bottle is already empty, so there's no rush to put it away. Just let it chew on it for fun. Wen Youning said, "We're the ones I let you chew on before all spoiled." I didn't see the cub carrying anything just now. She put the cub down and turned to walk into the hole. The three tigers are quite fond of cleanliness, and the cave is kept in good condition, but it is inevitable that the mats will get dirty from walking on them. Wen Youning took apart the mats and brought them to an open table to knock them, causing dust to fly everywhere. Inside the cave, there is no sunlight, and the well-fed tigers are lying on the platform in various postures. The coffee that returned from the hunt threw its prey below and jumped up to rub against the milk. The drowsy milk was disturbed and irritably gave it 2 pats. The coffee squinted, licked its lips and jumped down again, going to taste the full bowl of milk. This was left by Wen Youning in advance. The yogurt stretched and glanced at the still munching Mau Mau, then hopped up to find someone to play with. Wen Youning wanted to take advantage of the good weather and dry the cushions inside. As soon as the yogurt walked over, its mouth was stuffed with a backpack. Take this back. Woo! The yogurt didn't manage to bump into anyone and was assigned work instead. As it turned around, it swung its tail casually, brushing it against Wen Youning. I'll bump into you. Wen Youning took a step forward upon hearing the voice, and the yogurt didn't hit on the first try, causing her to stumble a bit. Ouch! The yogurt was thrown into the backpack as she pounced on it. Wen Youning's body swayed, and the mat she was holding flew out. Hey! She reached out to grab empty air a couple of times, but the mat still floated down and landed on the tree below. The paw rests on her shoulder and the yogurt winks. Yogurt, sorry Sister Sauce, Wadasi didn't mean it. Ha ha ha, the naughty old tiger that doesn't work but causes trouble. Let me give you a kiss and I'll help you persuade Teacher when not to take action. So vivid, the South China tiger sobbed so cute. The yogurt slowly met the gaze of Wen Youning, who raised an eyebrow, then turned to pick up the backpack on the ground and ran away. Yogurt, Wen Youning's voice rang out from behind it, don't run, go pick it up for me. Ow! Can't hear. Hee hee. The yogurt runs incredibly fast. All the energy for a 100-meter sprint is used on this. Wen Youning looked at the blanket on the tree, which seemed to be quite stable and wouldn't fall down for a while, so she didn't rush to pick it up and first laid out what she had in hand, to avoid picking up one sheet and having two fall down. Wen Youning spread out a bit and, turning her head, watched as the mat on the tree flew up. An ear was squeezed out of the branches by the yogurt. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. The yogurt's head should be at the bottom. The branches were too dense and the gaps between the trees were filled with leaves. The mat was lifting and dropping, and the yogurt couldn't find a place to squeeze out. Wen Youning put down the mat in her hand and went to help. Suddenly, the yogurt splashed up with a paw, causing the mat to slide off the edge and fall below. Found it. Not being able to come along this edge, the yogurt circled around and jumped up from behind. Woo! The yogurt held the mat in its mouth and lifted its head high. Here you go. When someone reaches out, I just dodge. Wen Youning's eyes flashed with a smile as she raised her hand to tuck her hair, and the South China tiger swished backward. Yogurt! Ha ha! Wen Youning casually tied her hair up and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Woo! The angry tiger pounced over. Wen Youning's face was still full of smiles as she grabbed a tiger's paw and said, "Put the mat down properly. Don't let it fall again." The yogurt rubbed against her. The mat fell to the ground and the paw pushed it aside. Let's put these aside for now. You all shouldn't be going back to take a nap, right? Wen Youning planned to find the giant panda and the black bear first. Drying the mat also takes time. When I came in, I didn't encounter the big panda in the mushroom treasure area. That big panda is probably still at home sleeping. If you know where their nest is, it's easy to find. Huh, Yogurt noticed that she was about to go out. Where to? I went to deliver food to the giant panda and the black bear. Since I am here, I have to feed all the animals I know, and I can't be biased. Fresh bamboo shoots and sweet and sour fruits are of no interest to the big cats. The box was just sitting there and no tiger was biting it. Back at the reserve, Teacher Wen felt as familiar as if returning home. While others have friends from all over the world, Teacher Wen has friends of all kinds. Next, should we find a territory for Malmo? /territory is hard to find. Wen Youning is not like a small animal that can distinguish whether something is owned or not just by smell. She has to rely on the feedback from the fluffy little heart around her to know. Territory is difficult to handle. Let's go back and take a look deeper into the reserve. Wen Youning came back with Yogurt, her hand resting on its head, scratching its fur absent-mindedly. The biggest problem now is hunting. The leopard mother has already returned to the platform. There are still cubs at home, so she cannot stay for long. Mau Mau lay in front of the empty bowl. Due to the intimidation of the coffee beside him, he wouldn't dare to run even if he was full. Perhaps it was the appearance of Wen Youning that made Mau Mau realize that these ferocious tigers would not harm him. So although he was still afraid, he no longer had the same fear of turning and running at the sight of them as before. Wen Youning supported her jaw with one hand and lightly tapped her cheek with her fingertips. Sigh, take it slow. Giant pandas do not often move their dens, especially when they are not faced with danger and there are no very fierce opponents emerging to challenge and fight for territory. They do not run around unnecessarily. Only when they have offspring and the original den is too small will they choose to find another suitable place to make a den. The den is definitely still in the same place as before. In the eyes of animals, the entrance is very well concealed. By carefully observing the direction of the branches and leaves, It is obvious that there has been some disturbance. Wen Youning packed a full backpack of fruits and tender bamboo shoots, but did not see the giant panda in the den. Hey, not at home. Wen Youning guessed that at this time, maybe they went out looking for food. She opened her backpack and put the portion for the giant panda inside, so she could see it when the giant panda returned from hunting. In that case, Wen Youning speculated, the black bear mom might not be home either. The footage captured earlier by the drones in the protected area showed multiple giant pandas and black bears in the same frame. Wen Youning said they might have gone out hunting together now. The black bear cubs are already bigger than the South China tiger cubs, and by the time Wen Youning encountered them, they could move freely. It was also time to watch the black bear mother hunt and learn skills, so they would take the cubs along while hunting. With this in mind, Wen Youning walked to the black bear den, and sure enough, there was not a single fluffy one there. All right, the timing isn't right. Wen Youning still put down the food, then let's leave a little surprise. The fluffy prey that was hunted with difficulty can also be happy for a moment. The giant panda and the black bear can also tell that she has been here upon seeing the food. Yogurt turned to look into the distance. Woo. Silly tiger. You don't hide it well at all. Is Mau Mau coming with us too? Wen Youning stood up, brushed off the dirt, put away the fruits and meat, and slung the empty backpack onto the yogurt's back. Let's go, we'll talk about it after we leave here. Yogurt has encountered both giant pandas and black bears, so it is relatively familiar with them. Mau Mau's words are like a completely unfamiliar tiger. We should get away from here first. As they walked back, Wen Youning had a sudden idea. Sour Milk, how about you teach Mau Mau how to hunt? Although she had never seen Sour Milk hunting in person, given that Sour Milk always managed to bring back prey every time she went out hunting, her hunting skills were surely not lacking. The hunting methods taught by humans are only superficial. Learning still requires finding a proper teacher. Once Mau Mau learns to hunt, he can go out and find a territory on his own. Helping to find a territory is a bit difficult, and the released animals still need to master survival skills. Aside from the meal today, from now on, Mau Mau will have to work hard to catch meat himself. Owl. No. A fool wouldn't. Wen Youning said it just reacts slowly. As soon as the words fell, a crack was heard from above. Ow! With a scream, the South China tiger fell straight down from the tree. Fortunately, the landing ingrained in my bones was not forgotten. I turned in the air and let my front paws land first, didn't stabilize, my head dove forward and my butt and tail perked high up. Wen Youning. Okay. There might indeed be a slight deficiency in intelligence. But for hunting, one still needs to learn in order to know the effect. Want to give it a try? Wen Youning said, hugging the yogurt's neck, tilting her head. You can also not teach it first and let it watch next time when you hunt. First watch the on-site teaching, then practice it yourself. Roar, the yogurt growled in refusal, clearly expressing its disdain. What is wild training all about? Relying on teacher Wen to back us up. Looking at the yogurt-induced expression, haha, it's the first time I've seen such a speechless expression on a South China tiger's face. If we count by the exam, Mau Mau is definitely the top student. They should just be unfamiliar with the environment. Wen Youning sighed, the breeding base is a bit too anxious. However, after so many years, genes always struggle to cross over a hurdle. Having the opportunity to change genes and channel and revitalize a stagnant pool, letting go is the only way. Take it slow. Wen Youning walked along with the yogurt. Mau Mau stumbled briefly but quickly got up, shaking its head and growled low at the tree. Idiot! Wen Youning looked up and asked, is there something there? Is there something that scared or pushed Mau Mau down? Woo! Broken tree so stupid. Wen Yuling's heart skipped a beat. Fine, scolding a tree, huh? She sighed, teaching Mau Mau to hunt is a long way to go. Back to the cave. Milk and coffee slept on one side, the cub lying on its back. A soft bundle sprawled out, its round belly rising and falling after a full meal. Wen Youning was holding the sun-dried mat and threw a handkerchief onto the belly of the cub as she passed by. Sleeping without covering your belly can cause diarrhea. Full and satisfied, snoring away, so cute little cub. At this time, not burying your head in it, Teacher Wen. Have you ever kicked a drug habit? Mau Mau stayed below, not planning to run up and contact the unfamiliar South China tiger. Yogurt squeezed in beside Wen Youning, going in together with her. Wen Youning sat on the ground laying out a mat, aligning every edge and corner. Aren't you going out to lie down and soak up some sun? Yogurt shook its fur, as if shaking its head in refusal. It lay down in place, resting its chin on Wen Youning's leg, making a gurgling sound from its throat. Wen Youning struggled with the carpet, saying, "Lift your paw." Yogurt sprayed from its nostril. No. Wen Youning pressed down on the yogurt's right paw. Just raise one up. Ow. She has cleaned up everything scattered on the ground, and the toys and pacifiers left behind have to be replaced with new ones. The mats dried in the sun felt warmly infused with sunlight. By the way, the sun is so bright today. The solar power bank shouldn't be unable to charge at all, right? Wen Youning recalled the several big guys she had neglected and hurriedly patted the tiger's head on her lap. Let's go out and take a look. We need to find a place where the sunlight can reach, but the rainwater cannot. There are quite a few limitations. These 3 power banks are all crammed together. It's not a charging cable, it's just getting the sun, so there's no issue of stealing electricity. How much charges in completely depends on the quality of the power bank itself. Wen Youning picked up the iPad that couldn't power on at all and said, "This power bank is not good." Pressing the power bank's display, it doesn't even light up, let alone show the battery level. The remaining 2 batteries are not very sufficient. Wen Youning took them all apart and replaced them with the power bank she carried with her. She clicked her tongue. Things bought online are still not very reliable. Charging an iPad can only be entrusted to the official brand. The considerate merchant has already contacted Teacher Wen to send samples. What a great advertisement it would be if an iPad charger could make a call to a South China tiger. I'm not particularly interested in this. Calling a South China tiger is simply absurd unless you give me the number and let me try. Wen Youning was rolling up the charging cable, saying, "Does the cable need to be changed too? If it's too long, it will also affect." Halfway through rolling it up, the cable in her hand stopped moving. Yogurt. The yogurt replied honestly, its mouth not opening, the sound muffled. Did not bite. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow, shook the line in her hand, the other end clearly extending into the mouth of the South China tiger. "I didn't ask you if you bit or not." The yogurt owl took a bite, directly biting Wen Youning's hand together. Hee. Wen Youning flicked its forehead with the other hand. Woo. No biting the wires. Wen Youning withdrew her hand, planning to eliminate the longer ones and replace them with shorter ones. She leaned against the yogurt, rubbing the belly of the South China tiger, and said, "How about we go hunting this afternoon?" Just after having a meal, everyone was still full. The prey brought back by the coffee was not enough for tonight's supper. It's not enough coffee to fill in the gaps in my teeth yet. For the next main meal, Wen Youning cannot interfere. It won't do to feed him until he's full like last time. Especially Mau Mau, who hasn't yet mastered the hunting skills, definitely shouldn't be fed anymore. Yogurt stretched lazily and said, "Well. No. All right. I'll go in a while." Okay. Wen Youning opened her arms and gave the yogurt a big hug. How can there be such a thoughtful big tiger like you in this world? You're just too good, yogurt. The yogurt's call has obviously diminished. Of course. People are good. It also lowers its head and rubs against Wen Youning. This has made us soft like little kittens with yogurt. I can compliment too, I can coax as well. Rub against me, ah. It makes one's heart feel soft. Such a cute South China tiger, can't we have one for each person? Wen Youning placed the somewhat useful power bank in the sunlight, hoping that it could charge a bit more. But once it rains here, the power bank will definitely get soaked. She is not here, so the power bank cannot be left here all the time. The red light on the live streaming equipment flickered, casting a red glow on the ground, causing Su and Nai to squint. Wen Youning didn't bring any spare equipment this time, so she first took care of an emergency, rubbing the South China tiger's head. You can't bite this either. Aowu, Yogurt tilted its head and pawed at her arm, resting its head on it. Wen Youning wasn't in a hurry to pull her hand away, and first greeted the fans on the line. Hello, spicy little lobster. Spicy little lobster, Teacher Wen, can you take a look at my Doberman? It can't stand its ears up, what should I do? He wondered. They say that a Doberman can stand its ears up 2 months after birth, so why are my dog's ears still drooping? It's nothing like those online pictures. Is it because my dog's lineage is not pure, or is it just not trying hard enough? Woof! The Doberman, who had been nudged, lifted its eyes, and its 2 large drooping ears trembled with the movement. Woof, I can't stand up. How to try hard? What do you mean by trying hard for a woof? The dog is so speechless that it is about to roll its eyes. Wen Youning was rubbing the tiger's ears. Upright and droopy ears are determined by genetics, and human intervention can result in upright ears. Doberman dogs are used as military and fighting dogs abroad. Upright ears have better hearing than droopy ears, which is why they undergo ear cropping. Including the tail, a tail that is too flexible and of medium length makes the target too obvious. It is practical for work to perform tail docking. Normally, Dobermans have ears that are drooping. Pet Dobermans have low requirements for these conditions, but pursuing high aesthetics and having upright ears can reduce ear mites, bacteria in the ear canals, and parasites. Whether ears are upright or not has its pros and cons. It all depends on personal choice. Wen Youning asked, have you had ear cropping surgery? What did the doctor say? Spicy Crayfish was dumbfounded. Stand ears up. Isn't that enough? What surgery? I see online that you just need to wrap it with gauze tape. Some information online is not accurate. It's best to treat it as a suggestion. Wen Youning elaborated on the specific situation. There are 2 methods for assisting with Doberman ear standing. One is to trim the ears at a regular hospital, which counts as a minor surgery. After trimming, if fixed properly, they will naturally stand up over time. Wen Youning said, the other method is as you mentioned, using auxiliary tools, but it's not just casually tying them up. The angle has to be fixed properly, and it generally takes 6 to 8 months to fully shape. Spicy Crayfish. Is it really that troublesome? The person selling the dog told me that it would naturally stand up when the time comes. The Spicy Crayfish looked confused. I was only searching online for assistance because I saw it couldn't stand up by itself. It can't rely on itself to stand up, right? Wen Youning looked at the dog's ears and said, the person selling the dog is lying to you. It hasn't had its ears cropped. Only puppies that have their ears cropped can naturally stand up. From now on, people who do not research knowledge are prohibited from raising dogs. What help can there be if all you do is let the dog stand up its ears? What does it rely on? Willpower. You want the horse to run, but you won't let it eat grass. You're really something, aren't you? Another unlucky guy who got tricked by a selling dog. You wouldn't be shouting encouragement at a Doberman with both fists clenched every day, would you? Doberman, you're really quite disappointing. Spicy little lobsters. He patted the dog's head and said, if it can't stand naturally, then forget it. I don't pursue anything. Then don't get on the operating table. Spicy little lobsters asked again, is there any disadvantage to not having upright ears, Teacher Wen? Wen Youning, Just pay attention to ear hygiene and cleanliness. All right, I understand. The spicy crayfish said thank you, worried that the dog's ears weren't standing up because it was sick, went to the emergency room and got ridiculed in the comments, but left with a full and beautiful harvest. Wen Youning pointed to the tips of the South China tiger's ears. Doberman ears standing up or drooping are both very cute, right, Yogurt? Yogurt's ears twitched and turned away. Wen Youning squinted her eyes, haha. She pressed her palm down and rubbed it hard. The sun hung high in the sky, its position constantly changing. As the sunlight on the platform shifts, the afterglow has little warmth. It's about time, let's go hunting. Wen Youning stood up and said, let's take advantage of the daylight while we still have it. The South China tiger has an advantage in hunting at night, but Wen Youning can't do it. Even with night vision goggles, walking in the reserve at night is very dangerous. Leaving Mau Mau and Yogurt to hunt alone makes Wen Youning a little uneasy. What if Mau Mau holds them back and makes Yogurt angry? To be on the safe side, she still followed him. The Yogurt stretched lazily and jumped off the platform. Wen Youning followed behind it, and as she passed the cubs, she didn't know when the cubs that had woken up raised their paws and caught her pants leg. Although the temperature was not low, Wen Youning still wore long sleeves and long pants while active in the reserve. She stepped outside. The cub was dragged along and slid on the ground. Oh, the cub looked up with bright, watery eyes, its paws clawing as it climbed towards her. The South China tiger cub climbed very quickly, and in a few moments it hooked onto her top. Are you awake? Wen Youning hugged the cub. Come, let's find Mom to hold you. As soon as she turned around, her gaze barely caught the fleeting tail of the milk as it jumped off the wall. Wen Youning, then Dad hugs. The coffee that was licking its paws paused for a moment, then turned to chase after the milk. Wen Youning blinked, then should I hug? Ayawoo. Ha ha ha, I have to take the little one who runs faster than the other. It's not easy to have a chance to go out for a run, so I must hurry up and sneak away. Wen Youning was rubbing the head of the South China tiger cub, and the little guy seemed to not know what was happening yet. They've all left, just follow me. Generally, there won't be any animals daring to enter the core area of a tiger's territory, but it is too dangerous to leave the cubs alone in the den. Fortunately, Wen Youning is wearing a jacket. She zips it up and safely tucks the cubs into her clothes. Wen Youning, come on, lift your head. Huh, Latte tilted his head, his gaze following Wen Youning. Wen Youning pulled up the zipper at the right moment, gave it a slight twist to the left, and the zipper locked in place. Just right at the lower jaw of the South China tiger cub, wanting to see outside, resting its head on top wouldn't be tiring. Wen Youning adjusted the fan around her neck, tilting it slightly downward so it could blow on Nut Tai. All right, let's go. Nut Tai only showed a small head. Ow. Send. The Yogurt is waiting down below. Mau Mau was digging into the ground with its claws beside the broken wall. Hearing some noise above, it looked up for a moment. Wen Youning, let's go. Mau Mau and Latte learn some hunting skills. Let's see who can learn to hunt by themselves first. The small cub is in her arms, crying and nodding. The Yogurt walked ahead, glancing at Mau Mau as it passed by, and Mau Mau immediately gave up on its grand plan of digging and followed. I can't get too close when they are hunting. The live stream might not be able to keep up, Wen Youning said while tidying her clothes to the fans in the live stream. After all, the prey is not just standing still waiting to be eaten. With the running speed of the South Chinese tiger, ignoring the terrain, she has to drive to catch up. Moreover, there are natural plants all over the reserve, making it impossible to drive. Even if a tank comes to crush some protective plants, it would still be penalized. There are no driving conditions here. The milk has a clear direction. This territory belongs to them, and they are fully aware of where the passing animal groups and the animals living within their territory are. The South China tiger cub should be out for the first time since birth, and it's the first time it has wandered so far from the den. At this age, South China tiger cubs usually grow up slowly inside the den. The latte's eyes were filled with curiosity, and its round, sparkling eyes were looking around. The surrounding trees and plants are quite similar. There was no obvious difference on the way here, with uphill and downhill slopes and winding roads, and I didn't know how far I had walked out. I only know that when I look back, I can no longer see the cave of the South China tiger. Woo-woo, the yogurt in front stopped in its tracks. Wen Youning also stopped. Have we arrived? She instinctively looked ahead, and in the distance among the trees, there were faint animal horns behind the trunk. The shape of that horn seems to be that of an antelope. Wen Youning found a tree and hid behind it, saying, "Yogurt, go. Yogurt, go." I advise you to be kind with the live streaming equipment and immediately fly up to capture the panoramic view. No way, sister, there are branches above. We can't pull it up to get it down. I can't see anything here. Antelopes are mostly social animals. The antelopes in the protected area are similar in size to goats and do not have beards. Mao Mao's eyes widened. What is this thing? When Youning tilted her head, it sounded like Mao Mao had never seen an antelope. But when a tiger looks for food, it definitely doesn't follow the textbook explanation, deciding which can be eaten. It catches whatever it sees. Determining whether something is food or an opponent is very simple. If it can be beaten, then it can be eaten. If it cannot be beaten, then it has to run away. The latte in Wen Youning's arms has already started scratching the tree with its little paws. Suddenly, it twitched its ears and stretched its neck to peek. The South China tiger silently draws closer to the herd of antelope. Walking silently on the grass, a gentle breeze blows towards me, carrying no scent to the antelope herd. Until the distance was sufficient, the yogurt suddenly sprang out. The sudden appearance of a tiger instantly caused the antelope herd to panic. South China tigers hunt silently. The cub, however, raised its head and let out a cry, "Awu." Seemingly influenced by the heated scene of the hunt, it struggled with its little paws, trying to get out of Wen Youning's arms, and then, like its little uncle, bravely joined the battle. Wen Youning smiled as she pressed the little tiger back down. "Wait until you grow up to go. It's still too dangerous now. This little group is quite fierce." The fighting spirit hidden in the tiger's blood. The little tiger had no strength to struggle in front of Wen Youning. That little bit of struggle was easily pressed down. Wen Youning turned her head to look at the nearby Mao Mao, who was licking his paws. Seeing this, he also looked over with a puzzled expression. Then. After a brief silence, their eyes met. Wen Youning raised her hand and pushed Mao Mao out. "You go too." Ayo! Mao Mao was caught off guard and stumbled down the slope. The appearance of another South China tiger made the already scattered antelopes even more panicked. At the hunting site, Mao Mao quickly got into the zone, focusing on the nearest antelope. Wen Youning, see, I told you Mao Mao is just slow to react in reality when it fights. Before the compliments were finished, Mao Mao jumped onto the back of the antelope, moving forward and rolling with it. After landing, the antelope wildly kicked its legs and flew off a distance, then got up and ran away. Unexpected, when Youning watched as Mao Mao quickly adjusted its state, it's got its eyes on. The antelope kicked back fiercely with its hind legs, and Mao Mao hurriedly retreated in a panic. The yogurt rushed up to help. Is it about what I commented? Wen Youning fell silent and closed her mouth. Logically speaking, from such a distance, Mao Mao shouldn't have been able to hear the commentary, or she should have been focused on the hunt and not realized what was happening over here. I can see that Mao Mao has some real skills. Well, if you say it's a little, then it really is just a little, not a tiny bit more. The caretaker remains silent and only expresses apologies by sending gifts. As long as the child is brave enough to go up, isn't that a form of progress? If it weren't for Teacher Wen holding back the latte, it would have been the first to rush over. After the battle ended, Yogurt dragged the gasping antelope, and behind it Mau Mau also carried one. Although it was Yogurt who helped catch it, it also put in some effort. However, compared to Yogurt's ease, Mau Mau was injured, with a noticeable wound on its left front leg. Wen Youning patted each one's head. "You've worked hard." Then reached out to Mau Mau. "Come here, let me take a look at your claws." Mau Mau dropped the antelope and was still gasping. This hunt took a lot out of it. For Mau Mau, this counts as intense exercise. Mau Mau hadn't moved yet, but Yogurt's claws reached out first. Wen Youning squinted her eyes and pinched Yogurt's claw with her other hand. "You're not injured. No need to see a doctor." "Woo. I want to see." "Haha, okay. Let's take a look." Wen Youning held up the tiger's paw, briefly examined it, and poked its paw pad with her index finger. The South China tiger instantly revealed its claws, and observing the tiger's paw up close felt overwhelmingly imposing. Wen Youning pressed it as if playing with a squishy toy. A claw emerged with a gentle press, and when she released, the paw reverted to its fluffy form. The Yogurt came over wanting to lick her. Wen Youning raised her hand, covering the kissing area with her palm. "It smells all bloody, no licking." "Roar!" The Yogurt growled and tilted its head, pretending to bite her. Wen Youning was not in a hurry. She pet the tiger with one hand and turned back to look at Mau Mau, who had already started eating. Catching prey on its own will boost its confidence and give the tiger a sense of accomplishment. Enjoying one's spoils is the right of the victor. It can eat this entire antelope. Seeing this, Wen Youning simply sat down. "You can have some yogurt first." The milk and coffee also went hunting. No need to drag them back. Latte is trying hard to stretch its claws to enhance its presence, sniffing the smell of blood wanting to come out. Wen Youning let the cub out. With Yogurt around, it can be held back a bit to prevent it from running around. Latte, with its short legs, crawled through the weeds that were about the same height as itself, sniffing beside its uncle. Between the uncle and the food, it chose to open its mouth and bite the uncle's tail. But the Yogurt was already prepared. It turned its tail and pulled it away from the South China tiger cub's mouth. The latte bit on empty air, blinking its eyes and licking its nose. "Looks like this isn't the first time. Come on, have you bitten the tiger's tail at home?" The Yogurt doesn't even need to turn its head. Just by listening to the sound, it knows what's happening behind it. The evil little fluffball's tail-biting plan. The latte that was not bitten didn't react either, turning its head and running towards the meat. "You can't bite it." When Youning reached out to pull it with its little teeth, it couldn't possibly bite into the meat. She felt her pockets. Her backpack was not with her, and she didn't have a knife in her pocket, so she couldn't tear the meat with her bare hands. Wen Youning wrapped the tail of the Yogurt around her wrist a few times and said, "Yogurt, can you help me tear off a little bit of meat? Just a tiny bit is enough." The Yogurt used one of its front paws to step on the antelope and tore off a piece as she instructed. Wen Youning picked up the little tiger by the scruff of its neck and said, "Come on, this is yours." Aewu, woo-woo. The South China tiger, with its mouth stuffed with meat, lay on the ground struggling with the meat. This is considered a good start. When Youning checked its paws while it was eating. Roar, the protective Mau Mau bared its teeth. Before the baring of teeth could fully open, the paw of the Yogurt had already landed on its head. With a thud, Mau Mau's gaze was clearer than that of a newborn cub just opening its eyes. Restarting the brain all of a sudden. IQ has regained its high ground. When Youning checked its paw, it should have been scratched by an antelope horn. Just put some medicine on it when we get back. In fact, considering the self-healing ability of small animals, this slight injury can be licked clean. But applying some medicine would be safer. Wen Youning leaned against a large tree, moved her sore neck, and noticed the live streaming equipment stuck in the branches. How did it get up there? Wen Youning stood up and used her hiking stick to knock down the live streaming equipment. In the densely forested area, the live streaming equipment was still somewhat inconvenient. Wen Youning adjusted the height of the live streaming equipment to avoid getting stuck while walking and not knowing when it would stop moving. There's no need to worry about tigers fighting over food. They can eat without being disturbed by other animals. Wen Youning was petting the tiger's tail and they were eating slowly. Even the cubs chewed on a piece of meat for a long time. She thought for a moment and said, "Let's connect the microphone." Just opened the connection channel, and the first Strawberry Bear application to connect popped up instantly. "Teacher Wen," a girl's cheerful voice trying to suppress her scream came through. I'm the first. I've watched your live stream for so long and finally connected with you." Wen Youning lightly nodded, "Hello." Hello." Strawberry Bear smiled but then remembered something and said somewhat awkwardly, Teacher Wen, I don't have any sick little animals at home, but..." It seems like she was afraid that Wen Youning would think she was fine and snatch the spot, so she hung up. Strawberry Bear said rapidly, "I have 2 cats at home, 1 calico and 1 Maine Coon. They get jealous. Every time I hug and cuddle one of them, the other will get jealous and come to pull the one I'm holding. No matter which one it is, I can't hug either." Although this problem made Strawberry Bear a bit troubled, she couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from curling up. Who understands the feeling of being fought over by 2 little cats? "So you're here to show off, huh? The little cat is getting jealous of you, while the kitty is really envious. Sister, just cuddle 2 at once. I will grant you the technique of dual cat absorption." Strawberry Bear said with a smile, "Oh dear, actually being so valued by the little cat is quite troublesome in daily life. Mainly, I'm afraid that when I'm not here, the 2 of them will fight, bicker, and hurt each other. They are both cats I raised myself, and she feels heartbroken if either of them gets hurt." Wen Youning asked, "Did the 2 cats come to the house at the same time?" "No, we first raised a Maine Coon and then adopted a calico. It has been almost 3 years since adoption. Strawberry Bear celebrates the kitten's birthday, considering the day of adopting the calico as its birthday, so the date is remembered very clearly." Strawberry Bear picked up the calico and said, "Come on, greet Teacher Wen." "Meow." "Help." The Maine Coon heard the sound and ran out, "Meow." "Let it go." It opened its mouth and went to bite the calico's paw. "Meow is here to save you." Look, here comes another one. Let you be jealous to death." Strawberry Bear pointed at the Maine Coon's head, afraid that the Maine Coon would hurt the calico, so he had no choice but to let go. The calico jumped onto the sofa as soon as it hit the ground, and the Maine Coon followed suit. Run." Strawberry Bear blocked the way and said, "Don't chase and hit it." "They are not fighting." Wen Youning heard the thoughts and adjusted the translation to say, "They are a couple." Strawberry Bear, no. "Yes," Wen Youning said firmly, "I am in a romantic relationship." Strawberry Bear had a face of when did this happen? Wen Youning continued, "The 3-colored cat in your arms isn't jealous, it just doesn't want you to hug its wife." Strawberry Bear's mouth twitched, and for a moment did not speak, seemingly trying to understand the meaning behind Wen Youning's words. Why does it seem like I can't understand my own mother tongue for a moment? Why aren't you smiling? My smile won't disappear, it will just shift to my face, haha. Okay, I like this twist. Look at you, you might have misunderstood the little couple of cats. Wen Youning, the relationship between the 2 little cats is quite good. If you hold one, the other will indeed feel jealous. This jealousy might be different from what Strawberry Bear understands as jealousy. That's enough, Teacher Wen. Strawberry Bear forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "It's fine to translate to this point. It's rude to keep translating." I'm dying of laughter. I actually don't really want to know what the cats are thinking. What's so curious about that? In the end, these cats are really all just putting on a show. Strawberry Bear crossed its arms and said, HMPH, when did those two get so close? The Maine Coon's fluffy tail wrapped around the calico cat, lying next to it and grooming its fur. The Strawberry Bear said, it must be a facade to confuse me, trying to deceive me into giving it something to eat. Suddenly thinking of a very popular online game, using I, him, her to make a sentence, the correct answer is he loves her. At this moment, someone would ask, what about me? The answer, what does it have to do with you? Haha, exactly, what does it have to do with you? It's just a futile fantasy of not being liked by the cat-loving aliens. Wen Youning smiled lightly and said, The Strawberry Bear sniffed and said, Teacher Wen, your single is more harmful than what you just said. That's it, I just want a hug. Strawberry Bear picked one up in one hand. Hugging you can also lick each other's fur. Meow. Meow. Hey, 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 don't hit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black screen has echoed. The Strawberry Bear hurriedly harvested the wheat. Wen Youling's 5 fingers gathered, pinching the tail of her palm. The 2 antelopes are enough for them both to be full. Wen Youning picked up the cub that was still struggling with a piece of meat. You are still little now, but in a little while, about 3 months, you can eat meat by yourself. 3 months is also the time when the breeding base starts to feed the cubs with small pieces of meat. Little Latte is still a bit behind. Wen Youning tucked the cub back in, stood up, and stretched lazily. That's it for today's live stream. Just want to say good night to everyone in advance. See you tomorrow. The live stream is black and the bullet comment. Could it be that the first half of the sentence isn't a question? Damn, I don't agree. And the words about ending the stream were typed in the chat box but didn't get sent in time. That was too fast. The temperature keeps dropping. As the hot summer heat dissipates, the air that blows in carries a hint of chill. The Huangling mountain range is simple, with distinct seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter to the left, and mild spring-like seasons to the right. But the temperature at night uniformly decreases. The coat on Wen Youning has changed from a protective suit at first to a fleece-lined protective suit. The fruit trees in the wild during autumn are lush and laden with fruit. It's just not edible. It's not that we shouldn't touch the plants for protection, it's purely because they're not tasty. Wen Youning stayed in Huangling and taught Mau Mau to hunt with yogurt, having explored the surrounding area and tried all the wild fruits and grasses that could be picked. She chewed on the sweet end of the grass, sitting high up and watching Mau Mau hunting below. It feels like Mau Mau has completely adapted to life in Huangling now. It had already undergone systematic training when it first arrived, and it was a bit unaccustomed to the unfamiliar environment, making it hard to integrate. Once relaxed, blending into the environment is not a big deal. Wen Youning said, I have some good news to share with you all. My visa has come through. She waved her phone in front of the live streaming equipment. Look at the email. The difficulty of visa applications varies by country. Some places are quite strict with a high rejection rate, but Baishi is in a small area. The local economy is sluggish, relying heavily on tourism, so tourist visas are still relatively easy to obtain. Can I go play with the white lion now? I know where it is. I went there once before, and the white lion has already established its own pride. The white lion has always been a star king in the area, and many people from abroad buy tickets to see it. I don't know if it's my illusion, but when I shout, the white lion seems to look in my direction when I speak. When is Teacher Wen planning to go? Wen Youning thought for a moment. I need to go home first and wait for the weather to cool down before going. The white lion's side is warm. The yogurt on the leg lifted its head. Where to? Go find a friend. Wen Youning rubbed a comb back and forth on its head, and the yogurt squinted its eyes. Wen Youning said I should go home too. She lifted the corners of her mouth. The solar charger has been replaced with a new one, and its waterproof and lightning protection quality is very good. Don't take the iPad out of the hole. I can call you often in the future. The official action this time is very quick. Add chicken legs. Teacher Fenwen is really too impressive. If he gets bullied, others call for support, and Teacher Wen calls a tiger. Wow, just thinking about it is super cool. This power bank is not officially from the brand. Wen Youning took a full shot of the power bank, which had no logo on it. Let's thank Lin's group for their generous sponsorship. As long as you like it. As long as you like it, tilde, that's good, tilde. Okay. The Lin group has developed a new downline, right? I can see it. Whatever aspect Teacher Wen needs, the Lin group will develop it. When will you be back? I'll arrange the flight. Wen Youning took a bite of the bread and said, tomorrow. Let's take Mao Mao for a walk around in a while. Mao Mao has been staying here for a while now. Although it hasn't become its territory, it has gotten used to it somewhat. The current place is like its previous breeding base for Mao Mao. It needs to be let out. Oh, the little tiger ran out with a whimper, and the toy ball rolled back and forth with a gulu-gulu sound. Unlike the big tigers, the little latte doesn't like the freeze-dried stuff inside. It simply enjoys playing with the ball. It has to be a toy ball that can drop things out. Ordinary ones that make sounds just won't do. Fortunately, the big tiger will eat the freeze-dried food that falls out, so nothing goes to waste. Little Latte ran over, and Wen Youning reached out to help block him, straightening the fence and pushing the ball inside. Play inside. Oh, little tiger wagged his tail. Good. Wen Youning said, Yogurt, take a look at Latte. I need to attend to an emergency. Woo, South China Tiger impatiently flicked his tail. I don't care. Just watch for a while. Wen Youning smiled and said, okay, just for a while. Teacher Wen, as the emergency opened, a man's pale and panicked face appeared on the screen, introducing himself. I am the keeper of the penguin exhibit at the oceanarium. Wen Youning noticed the identity badge in front of him. It was the place she went to during the last event. Besides penguins, there were also sea lions and walruses in the other pavilion. She didn't have enough time to explore in detail. Wen Youning, is the penguin sick? Yes, Teacher Wen, you should take a look. The man knelt down on one knee, with the camera focused on a young penguin gasping for breath. I saw the starfish gasping for air with its mouth wide open when I came in. It was yelling as if it went crazy. Has it been beaten or bullied by someone? I called the doctor, but they haven't arrived yet. What can I do in the meantime? The little penguin tilted its head and said, Haha, that's so funny. I'm so amazing. I went down in one go, haha. Is there something stuck in your throat? Is this the sound of a penguin? It sounds so strange. It sounds like a throat or trachea is blocked. The zookeeper is anxious, fearing that the little penguin will suffocate itself if it continues like this. Seeing that Wen Youning has fallen silent, he feels even more uncertain in his heart. Teacher Wen. Teacher Wen. Could it be that big gasps make it unable to hear its own heartbeat? I'm here. Wen Youning met the anxious gaze of the zookeeper. It's fine, don't worry. First, listen to me and look back now. Turn back. The keeper turned in confusion, and upon hearing her say it was fine, his heart couldn't help but beat thump thump. While doing as told, he asked, is there a problem with turning back? As he spoke, he happened to see another little penguin swimming up the slope from the water. The little penguin stood on the shore, shaking its feathers. The keeper's gaze moved back and forth between the two little penguins, and he speculated, is it that star is calling out like this because its companion fell into the water, anxious to ask the keeper for help? Wen Youning, it's the stars that knocked that penguin down. The zookeeper's tense emotions gradually calmed down. So, did the stars feel guilty after doing something bad and choked on the wind? Wen Youning shook her head. The first part is correct. After doing something bad, they got too happy and choked while laughing. Zookeeper, are you that happy? The zookeeper raised and lowered his hand, but the star, when I looked in from the glass corridor, it just stood there, not moving at all, and there was no sign of the crazy illness it has now. If it really was about pushing a friend into the water and laughing, it wouldn't take this long to react, right? The zookeeper nodded as if he strongly identified with his own thinking. The reflex arc is a bit too long. It's just about knocking the penguin down and running away pretending I didn't do it, and the more I think about it, the funnier it gets. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wen Youning crumpled the bread wrapper. What you see might be the different stages of the penguin after doing bad things. Haha, that's really bad. Who did this annoying penguin learn from? Do you have any clues, caretaker? Just like that classmate of mine who hits me from behind and then pretends to play with their phone. Is it really so bad that the little penguin hasn't even grown all its feathers yet? Lee? The little penguin star was laughing, haha, for half a day. If it weren't for the conditions not allowing it, it might have already rolled on the ground from laughing too hard. The animal doctor rushed over. Quick, which penguin, which one? The caretaker and the stars looked at each other, while the little penguin that had just climbed up stood by the water contemplating life, and the other penguins huddled in the corner, looking over here with inexplicable expressions. It's fine, misunderstanding. None of them need treatment, the caretaker said awkwardly. I'm sorry for bothering you to run over for nothing. Doctor. However, knowing that the penguin was fine, she also breathed a sigh of relief. When you were calling so urgently, I thought the penguin was severely ill and in critical condition. The keeper scratched his head, mainly because I've never encountered this situation before. I thought it might be some hidden illness acting up. After all, seeing a penguin that has laughed itself into such a state, this is the first time in all the years I've raised penguins. It's not just rare, I've never seen anything like this before. The keeper touched his slightly burning face. The stars made him feel thoroughly embarrassed. He said, Teacher Wen, I won't disturb you anymore, I'll hang up now. Wen Youning. Teacher Wen? Which Teacher Wen? The one who came here last time. Let me say a few words. The doctor's voice overlapped with the feeders during the call, and after the live broadcast went dark, the sound also disappeared. Roar. The fluffy one starts to roar from a distance when hunting is brought back. Staying here for a while, the yogurt cows and coffee will bring food back. The fluffy one has also developed the habit of bringing back what it hunts. Even if some prey is a bit difficult for it to drag, the fluffy one will eat enough on the spot and then bring back part of the prey. Wen Youning strongly suspects that it was specifically brought back to show her the successful outcome. It's just, with meat in its mouth, Mau Mau couldn't let out a sound. So after walking a couple of steps, Mau Mau drops the prey, raises its head and calls out a couple of times, then picks up the prey again, walks a bit and drops it again. So repeated. Mau Mau, I see it. You can just come back. Wen Youning was worried that if it continued this way, by the time it walked back, it wouldn't need its neck anymore. Half-eaten wild boar left under the broken wall, Mau Mau cautiously sniffed around. Mau Mau still has some fear of milk and coffee. It distinguished that milk and coffee were not at home before jumping up. This way or that way. Wen Youning raised her hand and pointed to the left and right directions. Choose a direction as your future territory. Panting heavily, Mau Mau raised its head at the sound. Roar. Territory. The tiger's territory. Yes, your territory. Wen Youning said, some areas rich in herbivores are likely to have masters. Start by choosing unclaimed territories, and once you have the ability, develop for the future. You can't become fat in one bite. Mau Mau licked his nose, did not respond, but it seemed he had listened to Wen Youning's words. Then let's go this way. Wen Youning picked up the mountain climbing stick. I will take you to the edge of the yogurt territory, and the rest will be up to you. With the locator, it's easy to understand Mau Mau's situation over at the breeding base. There's no need to leave Mau Mau a fixed iPad that can't be moved. Woo! The electric fan of Wen Youning has been discarded. The current temperature is not needed, whether it is day or night. Yogurt is not interested in exploring new territories. Their territory is already large enough. If there is any ambition to expand their territory, the 3 southern tigers can sweep away everything within the protected area. It closely followed Wen Youning, brushing against her leg as they walked almost simultaneously. Compared to before, Mau Mau seems a bit happier but still not very clever. Can't we let Mau Mau ally with Yogurt and the others, like lions? I feel that might not work. Mau Mau is the vanguard of releasing tigers. If he depends on Yogurt and the others, what will happen to the tigers in the future? Life is something you carve out for yourself. Wen Youning, Mau Mau does have some strength. As long as it doesn't encounter a lot of South China tigers attacking, it can take care of itself, right, Mau Mau? Ow! Of course. The tiger is the strongest. Yogurt scoffed lightly, stupid tiger. Mau Mau's ears twitched, keenly sensing that this laughter wasn't a good thing. It tilted its head and squinted at Yogurt, limited to staring. After all, fighting is something you can't win. The Yogurt pretends to take a step forward. There was no delay at all. It instantly triggered its passive ability and darted away in the blink of an eye. The Yogurt sways its tail and says, "The tiger must think I'm a fool." Walking along the familiar road. Wen Youning has memorized the boundaries of the Yogurt territory these days. Standing on the edge, she looked at the bouncy Mau Mau in front of her and said, "I'll take you this far." Wen Youning shouted at Mau Mau's back, waved her hand, and thought to herself that Mau Mau needed exercise, but she couldn't help saying, "If you encounter danger, don't confront it head-on. If you really can't win, come back and get help." Mau Mau's cheerful figure stopped in its tracks and the originally perked-up tail drooped down. Woo! Aren't we going together? Wen Youning shook her head and said, "I also need to go home now." Mau Mau roared. Wen Youning smiled and said, "Go ahead. Next time let's meet when we have time." Ow! Mau Mau knows that Wen Youning won't catch up, so he runs back to nuzzle Wen Youning's hand and then runs forward. Just leaving sent off the kid. It made me tear up. Mau Mau needs to work hard. I hope everything goes smoothly. If you don't have enough, remember to come back for help. Don't worry. With Mau Mau's overwhelming strength, if it's a tie, just run. If it doesn't quietly come back to steal meat, it would be a blessing. Wen Youning twirled the edge of the leaf with her fingers, poking at the yogurt-like head hanging down. "Let's go. We need to tidy up a bit." There are plenty of things in the cave. Even after she moved in, she still stayed at a hotel outside at night, but she added quite a few things to the cave. While walking back, Wen Youning's phone kept flashing with messages. She glanced at the caller ID, wondering why Zhao Zi suddenly called her. "Hello." Zhao Zi did not beat around the bush at all. He spoke directly. "Teacher Wen, the person in charge of the breeding base said he wants to discuss something with you." Wen Youning tugged at the tiger's tail and asked while walking, "Did he specify what the matter was?" "He didn't say. He just asked me to schedule a time with you." The words were hurried, likely because he had just heard the news that Wen Youning was about to leave from the live broadcast, and that was why he rushed over to contact her. Wen Youning, "Okay, I will go out and say it soon." "All right," Zhao Zi said. "Then I will wait for you at the entrance of the old place. You will see me as soon as you come out." Wen Youning hung up the phone and the cub in her arms had its eyes squinted into a slit, still not awake, struggling to stretch its paws out. Wen Youning supported it in her palm. "Are you awake?" The little latte sniffs and pops itself into the palm of Wen Youning. Wen Youning curls her fingers to scratch its chin. "Latte will be entrusted to you, Yogurt." Back in the cave, Wen Youning puts the little tiger on the ground. She could take the little tiger in her pocket, but the South China tiger can't do that. The cubs run too slowly, and to take them out, they have to be carried by the nape of the neck. It's been a while since I've held it, and the cub is uncomfortable. Holding it is tiring. Wen Youning gently patted the little tiger's head, then turned around to hug the yogurt close, saying, "Wait for me to get home and I'll video call you. You mustn't pull the cable or it won't connect." "Woo. Got it." Wen Youning held it in her hands and rubbed her face. "Don't think about me too much." HMPH, yogurt sprayed out from her nose. "I won't. I miss you. Is it that you won't think of me, or are you being insincere?" Wen Youning dangerously responded with an pinching its cheek. "These two sentences cannot be connected." "Roar!" Yogurt shook its head to avoid her hand, burying its head in Wen Youning's arms and nuzzling. Wen Youning smiled and hugged it back. "I've prepared the freeze-dried snacks in the toys for you. There are several new flavors. See which one you like, and I'll prepare more of that flavor next time." Oh, little Latte, seeing this, also squeezed over, trying to carve out a space for itself between Wen Youning and Yogurt. Wen Youning picked up the little tiger and placed it on the Yogurt's back. "Goodbye, I'm leaving." She picked up the full backpack. Latte says goodbye. "Aewoo," the little tiger lay on the Yogurt's back. "Goodbye." It was already afternoon when we came out of the reserve. As they came out, Wen Yaoyu not only saw Zhao Zi but also recognized an acquaintance she had met once before, Shan Kaiali, the head of the South China tiger breeding base. Shan Kaiali smiled and said, "You've worked hard, Teacher Wen." Wen Youning handed the backpack to Zhao Zi and asked, "Is there something you need to discuss with me?" "Yes, it's about the South China tiger. I initially wanted to invite you to a meeting to discuss it, but considering your tight schedule, I came over with the car." Shan Kyle stood speaking while glancing at the live streaming equipment in Wen Youling's hands. "Wen Youling, the live stream has been taken down." Shan Kyle nodded. "Then let's get in the car first. I've booked a private room at the hotel. We can eat and chat." Wen Youning got into the car, pulled the seatbelt over and said, "I have a flight at dawn. If you have something to say, you can say it now." Even if Dan Kyo Lee didn't say it directly, his hesitant demeanor allowed Wen Youning to guess something. Dan Kyo Lee sighed at Wen Youning's gaze, which seemed to see through everything, and said, "I feel the same way. I'm quite worried. They've issued a directive from above. That means Mao Mao is performing well in the reserve, so we need to prepare to release another South China tiger." Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, "If it's confirmed to be sufficiently trained for the wild, it can be released." Shan Kyo was delighted at first, but then Wen Youning shifted the topic. "But you need to confirm that the South China tiger being released has the ability to survive in the wild, rather than being like Mao Mao." Wen Youning continued, "I will be going abroad soon to see the white lions, so I won't be in the country. If something unexpected happens to the released South China tigers at that time, I definitely won't be able to rush back to help. Being abroad, even if you have a private jet or chartered flight back to the country, the flight time will be much longer than flying domestically." It was almost impossible to rush over immediately upon receiving the news this time. Shan Kyo stopped for a moment, and considering this layer, she sighed again. "I also think we shouldn't be in such a hurry." She pinched her eyebrows. She knew best how far the wild training had gone. If it weren't for the fact that higher officials could pressure people, she wouldn't have talked about these things with Wen Youning. Wen Youning said, "You can first observe Mao Mao's situation. If there are any problems, I can assist, but they need to have self-preservation skills. Take your time. There's no need to rush." Shan Kyo nodded. "I understand, Teacher Wen." Zhao Zi drove silently in front, not daring to make a sound. Discussing serious matters is not the time for him to speak up and liven the atmosphere. "But there's a question to clarify first," Zhao Zi asked. So are we going to the restaurant now or? Wen Youning said, let's first take the single lady home. Shan Kaioli did not object and just said, Teacher Wen left in a hurry. Next time you must let me properly show my hospitality. When she came, Wen Youning was focused on the South China tiger, and after resolving the issue, she was ready to leave. There is a feeling of coming in a hurry and leaving in a hurry. Zhao Zi drove Shan Kaioli first to the office building. After Dang Kaio got out of the car, Zhao Zi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She kept asking me about your work on the way here. I suspect she wants to poach you. How could that be? She should want me to take better care of the South China tiger. Wen Youning turned on the live broadcast equipment. The breeding base is just a bit too anxious. It's been so many years. Zhao Zi didn't quite understand the specifics. She only heard what others said. They say it's to solve the genetic issue of inbreeding among South China tigers, and they plan to hybridize with Indochinese tigers. Now that wild South China tigers have appeared, there's no need to force the hybridization. Is Teacher Wen really unable to stay? Living with a tiger every day, just thinking about it makes people happy. The dried fish and the rock wolf silently look at you. Oh right, and there's Huan Huan. Speaking of which, weren't we told not to name the red hawk? What a joke! At this moment, speaking of which, with Teacher Wen's current status, who would care about naming or words? Ha ha ha, the previous Teacher Wen was cautious to avoid suspicion, but now Teacher Wen is open and straightforward. Wen Youning looked at everyone's teasing with a smile. I originally wanted to call it Little Red, to easily distinguish among so many red falcons, but Huan Huan expressed strong objections. If it's really called Little Red, I will protest too. I hope Teacher Wen continues to grow stronger. Speaking of white lions, when does Teacher Wen plan to see the white lion? The white lion doesn't have a name yet. I was thinking of going when the weather gets colder, but Mr. Lin told me that now is a good time to catch the animal migration. Wen Youning pondered while gently rubbing the live streaming device, maybe in the next few days. The Great Migration of animals in East Africa happens every year from June to September. Starting in June, the grass on the Tanzanian savanna is gradually depleted, and food becomes scarcer. In search of food, the animals on the savanna will trek more than 3,000 kilometers. From within Tanzania to within Kenya. Although the white lions are not there, the private conservation area is not far away. You will encounter on the way to find the white lion. In addition, you can also take a boat to chase dolphins and go snorkeling. Wen Youning slid her finger across the phone screen. All this is the travel guide Mr. Lin sent me about that place. When the time comes, I'll take a cruise there. When traveling, there is a destination and a plan. Wen Youning began preparing when the visa came through. Zhao Zi listened and noted that this was Wen Yuling's own itinerary, not within the scope of work. He could follow in the country but would have difficulty keeping up abroad. Teacher Wen, do you know the language there? Zhao Zi suggested. Should we contact a guide in advance? Wen Youning, no need, I can handle it. Being abroad, it is very necessary to master several foreign languages. Before she entered the book, she was already flying all over the world to rescue animals. Language barriers made it nearly impossible to move forward. Therefore, even though she hasn't obtained any related language certificates, she can communicate normally without any problem, and she can speak a few sentences in some niche languages that are unlikely to be included in the curriculum. Zhao Zi felt like following along, but unfortunately she had work commitments. Teacher Wen, please pay attention to safety. By the way, the white lion is in a private sanctuary. It should have an owner. Can it be rescued for retirement? It can be. Wen Youning was already in contact with the other party via email, and the price had been agreed upon. Money is the best medium of exchange, no matter where it goes. Moreover, it involves taking care of elderly lions, as found in the information provided by Wen Youning. where a celebrity lion king was sent to a zoo for retirement when it got old. This shows that the owner of the reserve is not someone who exploits lions for profit, ignoring their lives and deaths. At the very least, their zoo can try to apply for a quota to care for white lions. That's great. Woo-woo, it would be wonderful to take it back to retire. Hope the white lion goes smoothly. When will you pick it up? Do you have to be old? It's still too early to talk about the white lion. It has its own mission. Wen Youning smiled and said, "In a while, I'll take you to see the Lion King galloping on the grassland." As we spoke, we arrived at the hotel. Compared to the last hotel we stayed in, this one is closer to the reserve. However, this time, after turning to drop someone off from the reserve, the return trip took significantly longer. The hotel is near residential buildings, and the road is well connected. The standalone hotel is quite eye-catching amidst the high-rise residential buildings. It's not yet evening, and food stalls have already been set up on the roadside. Wen Youning got out of the car, wrapped her coat tighter around herself, and stopped in front of the stall following the aroma. "Hello, 2 servings of grilled cold noodles with double eggs and sausage." The stall owner deftly replied while holding 2 spatulas. "All right, please scan here." Zhao Zi parked the car in the automatic parking garage, and by the time she came out, several people were already queued behind Wen Youning. Wen Youning took the grilled cold noodles split into 2 bags and handed one to Zhao Zi, saying, "Try it, it smells quite good." Wang Wu, a dog bark that sounded like a wolf howl, drowned out Wen Youning's voice. "Wang, go to hell." Bud. Wow, it's so hot, so hot." The dog's barking was so loud that many passers-by were drawn to look over. Wen Youning took a bite of the grilled cold noodles, sensed something was off, and walked over there. "Haha, fun, right?" The boy in casual clothes cheerfully picked up the little husky and said, "Let's play again." "Woof. Hee hee, you really like it." The boy walked quickly, carrying the little husky up the slide. "Here we go." Wang ao. Wen Youning walked over, and a few-month-old husky happened to slide down to the bottom of the slide. It doesn't seem to want to play on the slide. The boy was stunned, holding the husky with one hand, and smiling. "No, it's having a lot of fun." Before he finished speaking, the husky used its front and back paws to try to run away. As soon as the boy finished speaking, he got slapped in the face by the husky. Embarrassed, he held down the husky and said, "It must be too considerate, afraid of getting the slide dirty. It really loves playing on the slide." Saying this, he seriously lifted the husky to his ear and said, "Don't be afraid, this slide is abandoned and no one plays on it. It doesn't matter if you get it dirty, no one will scold you." "Woof," the husky turned its head and scolded him. "Are you sick? Didn't you hear me say I won't play, I won't play? Why don't you slide down the slide yourself? The dog's butt hurts." "The slide bites the dog's butt. The dog is going to be eaten by the slide. Look, its tail is still wagging," the boy earnestly explained. "You might not know what it means when a dog wags its tail. Simply put, it means they are having a lot of fun and are happy, which is why they wag their tail. My dog also loves playing on the slide, and I've set one up for it at home. Dogs playing on the slide are so cute, they slide right down, sliding while giving itself a voiceover. Indeed, plushy little ones are irresistible to humans." Wen Youning looked at the cursing husky and said, "It might be in pain too." The boy blinked his eyes. Wen Youning said, "Is this slide going to burn the dog?" "Hot dog," the boy placed his hand on the slide. "Not at all. It's not sunny at all, it's not hot to touch." "Woof woof," the husky excitedly wagged its tail. "If it's not hot, you go up then. Why bark? Wang doesn't want to play on this strange slide." The husky turned its head. "Woof. Person, you tell him, he loves to play by himself, don't bring Wang along." The boy noticed his dog shaking its head and asked, "What's wrong with it?" Wang Youning pointed to the slide. It wants you to try going up the slide by yourself." "Boy," he just casually asked, but he didn't expect to get a serious answer. "Whether I can go up or not, it's just a slide." The boy took it seriously, took the dog up and said, "I'll go up, it's just an entertainment project. Can a slide even eat people?" The husky struggled in his arms, only calming down when the boy sat down. The weather isn't that cold now, but the boy is still wearing shorts, sliding down while muttering and mumbling his complaints. The boy had a blank expression and a pale face. "This slide." The boy standing next to the slide is slightly trembling. "Hiss, damn it, no wonder it was abandoned." The boy's limbs were curled and twisted from the burn, his face contorted. The husky that slipped twice rolled its eyes in his arms. "Woof. Deservedly. It's burning my butt. Ha ha ha, the big metal slide is all my fault." The little dog couldn't resist and was forced to play twice. "So tragic. I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that my teeth are a bit warm," showing them off. "If you come a few more times, the husky will be curled up from being scalded halfway down, sparks flying from its butt." The husky saw its owner looking like that and stopped howling, laughing so hard it fell over. "Woof. Serves you right." The boy grabbed it by the paw and shook it back and forth. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. Let me take you for another couple of spins." The husky's eyes were wide like copper bells. "Woof. When I was young and ignorant, I rode the metal slide at noon. Back then, I wanted to save face and held back my tears until I got home. I feel like the metal slide could burn me." The slide is the most popular entertainment facility among children in the community. When a perfect slide is abandoned because no one plays on it, the problem is obviously more than trivial. The little husky is just young and small in size, unable to struggle or move. If it were any bigger, it would stand up and throw punches at the boys. The little husky couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. The dog leash on its neck was enough for it to walk over to Wen Youning. "Woof. Human. Did someone just talk to Wang?" Wen Youning chuckled, realizing it only now. Isn't the reaction too slow? The little husky stood up, resting its front paws on her leg. "Woof." Wen Youning patted its head. "Let's go back." The little husky didn't say anything and turned to bite its own leash. The other end of the leash was in the boy's hand and he puzzledly asked, "What's going on? Why suddenly against the leash?" The little husky didn't even let out a woof. It just grabbed the leash and continued to shake its head vigorously. The boy, confused, loosened his grip mainly to see what the husky was going to do. The moment the leash dropped to the ground, the little husky turned a deaf ear and went to Wen Youning's side, deliberately taking a different route to avoid its owner. It raised its head, its ice blue eyes sparkling. "Woof. Let's go." "Woof, I'm going back with you." "This idiot burnt the dog's butt. He's not a good thing." "Ay. The boy completely lowered his defenses. Haha, such an active little husky. At this age, huskies are still in their prime, but as they get older, they will evolve into evil home wreckers. Wen Youning explained to the little husky, "This was an accident. He didn't know the slide was hot. He wanted to play with you." Yeah, how could I know that this slide was not good and still take you to play? Besides, didn't we have a great time playing before? Who knew why it suddenly would burn?" The boy touched his nose and suddenly realized the problem didn't seem that simple. Wen Youning said, "The slide should always be like this. If we used to play often, didn't it struggle?" "I attribute the puppy's struggles to playing around." The boy's voice clearly revealed his guilt. "No wonder it hasn't been barking much to go out for walks lately. Every time we head in this direction, it always tries to oppose me." 5. Look, those who don't care about you are already burning their butts and still think you're warming them up. "Woof," the little husky cursed at him while hiding behind Wen Youning. "Bad person." Wen Youning turned to let the little husky out, apologized to it. The boy thought about how many times he had used the slide recently and couldn't bear to think, "Sorry, little Hi, I was wrong. Very wrong. We'll never play with this broken thing again. I'll buy you a new slide to put at home when I get back. No, I'll order it right now. We'll play at home ourselves." Woof, the little husky wagged its tail. That's more like it. A woof is magnanimous. Go out and ask around when something like this happens. Which dog doesn't run away to stray? It's only this woof that spoils you. The boy felt the little husky's closeness. Does this mean you forgive me? Woof, the little husky puffed up its chest. You have to compensate with tasty food. The boy looked at the husky and then at Wen Youning. Wen Youning said, "It makes you compensate with tasty food." "Ha, no problem," the boy readily accepted. Wen Youning waved goodbye to the little husky and hurried back. If the grilled cold noodles get cold, they won't taste good. The boy, holding the barking little dog, blinked at Wen Youning's back and said, "Hey, how did she know what you wanted as compensation?" He scratched his head, a bit slow to react, and realized belatedly that there seemed to be a bug. The temperature noticeably dropped in the evening. The breeze on the early autumn night carries a hint of chill, but on the bustling streets filled with the smell of firecrackers, it lacks the coldness of the protected areas at night. The early morning flight lands just as daytime begins. Scheduling sleep time on the plane allows for